So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. Please help yourself. Feel free, take your seats. If you need headphones set, you can find them over there. And in a few minutes, we will start our panel discussion. It promised to be very interesting because the topic is very important, I think. It's about keeping Ukraine in business. So, and in the end of our panel, you can put the question to our members of our panels. Thank you so much. Done. Okay. So, shall we start, or just a few minutes we need? We can start. Okay. So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Karolina Ashion. I will be the moderator of this panel discussion. And it's my, of course, privilege and honor to be with you. It's my, to be honest, the first experience of moderating in English, so I count on your understanding and support, please. So, and, yeah, I'm so sorry. So, you know, this is the third day of this prominent forum, which is very important for my country, for Ukraine. And every panel and presentation in this forum is very important, but I think that this panel is one of the most important because it's all about business, and you know how it's important to keep business in the war conditions. And so what do we have for today? First of all, this is almost complete consensus that in this war we have only one winner, and this is Ukraine. Our army is one of the strongest armies in the world. And in principle, it is impossible to defeat Ukrainians, and I think the whole world is convinced of it. And while our army is getting closer to victory every day, it is very important, it is imperative to hold and not to lose our economic front. Currently, this is a wild discussion in Ukraine about the fact that the economic profile which existed before the war should be completely different. A new economy is needed, and Ukrainian business needs the new new rules of the game. Sorry. In essence, now Ukraine faced two big challenges. The first of all, it's to win the war, and the second one is to win the peace. And what needs to be done to win the peace? How it's like to do business in war conditions? From whom is Ukrainian business waiting for help first of all? So how to keep Ukraine in business? This is our topic, and now I'm honored to introduce the member of our panel. Let me start from Dmytro Natsaluha. Mr. Natsaluha is a member of parliament, chairman of the Economic Development Committee, member of Ukrainian Space Delegation, and co-chair of the UA-UK Inter-Parliamentary Friendship Group, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Mr. Sergei Loboyko he is not present, he's not with us. Okay, we will wait for him. Mr. Loboyko, we are greeting you, Mr. Loboyko. Mr. Loboyko, head of the Center for Innovation Development and co-organizer of Economic Recovery Initiative in cooperation with DIA Business State Project. Mrs. Tatiana Palamarchuk, Deputy Executive Director, Union of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs. Nice to meet you. Mr. Artem Panchenko, Regional Expansion Manager, Uber Company. Mr. Graham Weimiller, I'm so sorry, Mr. Graham, the global chairman and CEO of company BNI, the world's largest business network. He is a co-author of Master Connector, an Amazon bestseller. And Mr. Lukas Leshniak, board member of WS company, which specializes in transportation, spedition, and logistics, working on European Union, Asian, and USA, North USA market, as I understand. Nice to meet you. So, let me start with the statement that Ukraine needs investment, and in turn, Ukraine is extremely needed and I'm sure very interesting for investors. Today, it's undeniable the fact that without help from our partners, it will be absolutely impossible to overcome all the challenges and to restore our company. And Mr. Nataluha, I know that you have cooperated closely with our Ministry of Economy, and I know that recently it was the visit of our Deputy of Minister of Economy to the United States, and during this meeting it was during this visit it was numbers of meetings with flagships of world business, and this visit, as I can understood, was really successful, and maybe you know, maybe it's already signed contracts, and you know, actually, as I can understand, as I can read and listen, so there are so many wide discussion about the fact that Ukraine will be sort of new big thing of Europe. We are on the lips on the whole world, and everybody tells in everyday conversation that when war ends, Ukraine will flood with money from our investors. Do you think it's can be in near future? Of course, we were all waiting for the victory, and one more question. What do you think? Can investment be sort of additional safety factor for our economy, for our country? Please tell us about it.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Thank you, everyone, for having us here. It's a pleasure, and I'm really grateful for the great people of Poland for all this kind support and assistance you've been providing us during this war. So, what does the business need in any country? It needs predictability, and it needs sustainability. Now, I probably won't surprise you when I will tell you that it's rather hard to predict anything in Ukraine right now. However, what can be predicted and what can we think about in the upcoming years once the victory is achieved? We are here in Poland, in a country that has demonstrated a fantastic achievement in its time. It is a country that has voluntarily switched from the socialist regime to the capitalist model of the economy. It's a country that struggled to leave the Soviet occupation and to become a free country with its right to define its market economy on capitalist terms. And for that, in a way, Poland has been repaid, duly so, by investing here, by creating and forging partnerships, by creating opportunities here, because the country deserved this to happen because of its struggle. Now, in my opinion, Ukraine might follow a similar path. However, we will not be the country that will switch to the socialist to a capitalist model, but we will be the country who will clearly signalize that we are ready to embrace the Western values, to stay the country of the West, to stay a member of the big Western family, not of the East, not an autocracy, but a democracy. Not a kleptocracy, but a free country. A country that respects the rule of law, the country that respects transparency. And this is what is the struggle about, basically. It's about these values. So, in my opinion, given how much is the world, the Western world, invested into the struggle, because we are here in Rzeszów, and I'm not the one to tell you how important is the city in terms of what is going on. And you can see the people around, the nationalities around. You understand the processes that are going on. You understand regarding the financial assistance, the military support, the trainings, the intelligence exchange, and so on and so forth. So the Western world is really invested into what is going on in Ukraine. Therefore, once this war is won by Ukraine and the Western allies, and I have no doubts in that, just a matter of time and sacrifices, unfortunately, from our side, but nevertheless. In my opinion, what can be predicted is that we will witness a pilgrimage to Ukraine. A pilgrimage of business, a pilgrimage of politics, a pilgrimage of academia, of tourism, of all those kind of things, because everyone is so emotionally invested into this war, because everyone knows someone who has suffered from this war, because everyone knows someone whom he helped, whom he assisted, whom he provided shelter with, whom he provided some humanitarian assistance, whom he has taken care of, and so on and so forth. So in a way, this indeed will be our joint victory. It won't be just about Ukraine. The victory of Ukraine, in fact, will be the triumph of the Western world, of the Western civilization, because Russia is clearly not a part of that. Russia is clearly a barbaric aggressor who denies all the rules and the norms that we have set throughout centuries. So this kind of triumph, in my opinion, will attract a lot of capital, state capital, private capital, equity, and so on and so forth. And in a way, the presence of foreign capital in the strategic industries of Ukraine, in my opinion, will be the best security guarantee ever. Not some kind of pacts, not some kind of memorandums like the Budapest and all the kind of, bullshit, but the presence of the foreign capital in the strategic sectors of Ukraine. The skin in the game of the Western companies, of the companies from the countries who are already deeply invested in this war, will be the best security guarantee. So, in my opinion, the victory of Ukraine, in a way, will reactualize the West. We have seen a lot of skepticism, especially after COVID, after Brexit. You have heard about the Grexit potentially, the Spanexit, and all this stuff. So the populist movements in Europe were rather active, especially in the past few years. Now with this war, the West has proven that it's a unity, that the project is not just alive, but it's as strong as ever. And for that reason, I think that when we're talking about Ukraine, it's merely a representation, an example of how strong the West is and how strong the West can be and should be. And for that reason, to win the war will be just a part of the solution. But to rebuild Ukraine will be to manifest not just the military power, but the economic power that the West represents, the powerhouse of the continent. Because what is happening, in my opinion, right now in Ukraine is Putin is trying to make a very primitive point with this war. We haven't seen in these 9 months a very sophisticated, progressive, and modern Russian army, have we? Probably not. I mean, it definitely did not meet the expectations. But nevertheless, what he's trying to prove is that modern army, modern technologies, sophisticated equipment, does not matter. What matters, in his opinion, is the pure number of people who are above 18 years old that are able to carry a Kalashnikov. And that's pretty much it. So in his opinion, what matters is the quantity of the population. And what he intends to do is simply to outnumber all the modern tanks the West has, all the modern fire systems, and so on and so forth. If he proves his point right, this will be a very dangerous world to live in, because this will mean that the countries who have no economy or very poor economic conditions, but have a very strong population, will dictate the development of the world. And the economy, as an instrument to wage power, will be put not just on the second place, but on the third, on the fourth, maybe on the fifth. On the first place, what will matter will be the brute force. The simple brute force of as much people as one possibly could recruit and give them a Kalashnikov. So this is another reason why we cannot let this war end in favor of Putin, because we understand how important the economy is, how important progress is, how important the modern technologies are. And for that reason, to make this statement, to manifest this importance, in my opinion, we will see the reconstruction and the rebuilding of Ukraine as the confirmation of such importance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nataluka. Now my question is for Mr. Loboyko, who is with us through Skype. So, Mr. Loboyko, most recently the platform you initiated with has become the #1 platform in Europe. The name of this platform is Dia Business. My congratulations. And I want to ask you to put us in the picture what, from your perspective, is getting on within Ukrainian business. How do they feel? What their main subject of your researching? And I know that you've done a lot about to understanding the trend of business activity, current business activity in Ukraine. Could you please tell us more about it?
Hello, Caroline and everybody. Can I share my presentation?
I think we have this opportunity. Yeah.
Not yet. First of all, I would like to mention that, Caroline, the platform that you mentioned is a state platform. It's called Dia Business, and it's developed by the state office on promoting entrepreneurship and export. And in partnership, we started initiative called Economic Recovery, Business Development, Export Development Initiative, which aimed to help, first of all, the government and our policy decision makers, as well as business, local governments, to get data on what is going on. Because after the shock, there started to be incredible changes. We know the data, for instance, from estimation of the World Bank that there are already up to $500 billion damages caused to Ukraine by invasion, but it's only infrastructure damages. Nobody has yet estimated business losses. And we managed to establish the system based on our pre-war developments in big data, business intelligence, as well as on the basis of surveys of Ukrainian business, which I think will be interesting for our audience to understand where we are, where we are going, what are the needs. And already 6 government stakeholders are supporting this initiative and using the results of our research. But I still don't have access to sharing presentation. Can anybody help to solve this technical issue?
Okay, maybe I don't know, is it any problems with it? So...
Okay, I can talk without presentation.
Without
but
just shortly, what does the share of business for Ukrainian business, which, for example, interested in cooperation, international cooperation, export?
By the way, this data is amazing. It's 9 times increase of interest of business in such type of development, export-oriented development, compared to what was before 24/02. But first of all, I would like to state that after the months of shock for business community, when almost all, more than 80% of companies stopped their operations, when there was no new registrations of businesses, we recovered pretty fast, and each month we observe positive trends. First of all, let's start from business spirit. In spite of war, the number of registration is growing, and it's already reached more than 70% before compared to the level of 2021. But it's even better than behavior of our business community during the year of COVID. So the war didn't scare very much our business, and we started to recover fastly. Now, less than 30% of businesses are still in the mode of stopped or almost stopped operations. At the same time, up to 20% are already on the same level or even increasing their production. Next, it's interesting to consider what has happened with relocation. There are a lot of scaring numbers on refugees of internally displaced people. 7 million inside the Ukraine, 20 million left Ukraine at the beginning, then 5 million of them has already returned, but still 7 million are abroad. So all this impacts significantly the economic landscape on all the regions, all our municipalities, etc. But pay attention that in spite of 20% of business was pushed to move their facilities, the operations from occupied and damaged regions to the west. At the same time, 95% of business stay in Ukraine. They didn't left Ukraine. They are working out new strategies, and almost half of businesses has already such strategies according to their responses and even business plans. They know what to do. And what is interesting, that from one point of view, they are looking for export. It's 9 times increase of interest to export. But what does it mean? It means that business is starting to change the mindset from typical competitive advantage for internal market based on unique business connections, partnerships. Now, up to 60% of business are starting or going to invest in technological and business innovations. And for such partners, they will be looking for. It's not only IT business, it's going through all the sectors.
Yeah.
Important new innovation, which was established by the government, and was advocated. A lot of efforts were invested in this personally by Mr. Nataluha. It's industrial parks. It's a new big opportunity, which already got a lot of positive response. More than 33% of business are looking to use this possibility.
Yeah, Mr.
And the last one, last one, inspiring data. As I have mentioned, there are a lot of problems, and business is trying to adopt and doing well with this, in spite of all obstacles. It was interesting for us to understand, is it possible that they will help the budget to survive during this hard period? Because you know that almost all taxes that are planned for the next year are going to be spent just for one article, one spending, is defense. Mm-hmm. So business responds, especially small and medium-sized business, that they're going to pay the same amount that was planned before 24/02 in case of access to financial sources and markets. And they need for this less than 5 billion euro. Compared to $500 billion damages, it's almost nothing. And pay attention that right now, 92% of businesses are already involved in helping Ukraine to win the war and join the volunteering activity.
Mr. Boyko, thank you so much for your answer. And let me switch on Ukrainians, because I know that the next panelist, Pani Ponomarchuk, Ms. Ponomarchuk, will present in Ukrainian. Пані Тетяно, я знаю точно, що, ну, і не тільки я, весь світ знає про те, з якими викликами стикнувся український бізнес, так, що все, що довелося пережити впродовж останніх 3 років, це просто, знаєте, як то кажуть, мікс найгіршого, що може бути.
2 years, and in the past year, well, 2 years was a blend of the worst. So first we had this COVID pandemic and then the war. And then Mr. Boyko, well, introduced us to what was happening here. I understand that you're on a daily basis in touch with representatives of medium-sized business, large business. So could you tell us more about the key motives, about what is happening? What do you consider worthy to contribute during this panel? Karolina, thank you so much, and I would like to welcome all the participants of the summit today. I want to say that Ukrainian business is resilient. For now, 33% of all companies have postponed their operations, but look at the growth rate in June, that was 44%. So it means that the business is recuperating, that it hasn't stopped. The Ukrainian business is resilient, is flexible, adopts easily to what is happening right now, including the blackouts. Our businesses are coping. They're relaunching their operations, the services, entrepreneurs, so many of them, they have organized their own customer service desks, service points. These are now the so-called resilience points. So, for example, people can charge their gadgets, they can spend some time in warm location. But even the most resilient business needs support. So our business, in order to continue operating, needs stimulation with the participation of external international partners. Some say that Ukraine should be rebuilt after the military operations stop. Let me say that the war is an all-out war at all fronts, and the economy provides our people, our residents, with everything that we need for life. And the support of international partners gives us everything we need to live, to continue working and operating. So right now, without waiting for the war theater to stop, we need to operate. Ukrainians, they have to enter international markets, and you'll never ever find such graceful business partners as Ukrainians. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so grateful to the international community for everything that has been done so far. So this no visa regime, customs exemptions, it was so important that exports restrictions to the EU from Ukraine have been lifted. It was so important that we could enter and we could join international platforms to look for partners on the global markets. 2023 and 2024, these will be years of great difficulty for the Ukrainian business, and this is why we need these signs, manifestations of support so we can continue operating. So, for example, we need to have type approvals, we need to have conformity certification and all other certifications required for our products to be launched on international markets. Our entrepreneurs, they need to get this clear message. Well, they need some time to prepare, but they need to get this clear message that they can do it. Well, that takes some financial investment to have all the necessary certification. In Ukraine, we have this MSW voucher scheme, which is very important, and it's important for the Ukrainian entrepreneurs to join this program. There are some internationalization vouchers. It's important that these goods, well, they go directly to the European entrepreneurs who work directly with Ukrainian businesses. Well, Ukrainian production can be then adapted to high-quality EU standards of production. And then, let me add that in the Association of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs, we bring together independent Ukrainian businesses. They're independent. They are not related with the oligarch or with this big capital. These are businesses that want to operate in a competitive economy, in free market economy. The Ukrainian business is ready to change, is ready to follow the European practice. We want to grow. It is not only about survival, it is about growth. So with that, I would like to thank our international partners who support us on our path to freedom and to union with our international partners. Thank you, Tatiana.
Sorry, Regional Expansion Manager, Uber, the company well known in the whole world. So, Pani Tatiana just explain us explained to us very clear that what the last situation with Ukrainian business, and since the first days of the war, Ukrainian business demonstrated fantastic resilience and great responsibility. After all, Ukrainian business paid taxes in advance to support the state and support army, of course, but the challenges is huge, and it's like sort of mix of evil and disaster, you know. But it's, despite on this, your company just increase your presence in Ukrainian market, and from 9 cities, if I'm not mistaken, to 18 cities where you are now in Ukraine. So tell me, what is peculiarity maybe in Ukrainian business? Why you don't afraid of invest and you keep invest money in Ukraine?
Yeah. Thanks for the question, and in short, Ukraine is just awesome. And when we launched our operations back in 2016, we quickly realized that Uber market in Ukraine would become one of the most significant markets across Central and Eastern Europe markets, and we were growing rapidly. Unfortunately, war has changed everyone's plans. And what Dmytro has mentioned is that everyone's right now looking for predictability and sustainability, and since we don't have it, we had to develop our new agile approach, how to run business. And therefore, I want to tell you not only what we are doing right now to adapt our business, but as well why and how we are doing all those changes. In fact, when the war started, we witnessed a huge influx of people who were fleeing from war-affected areas, so they were moving to safer areas, and in those areas we realized that it's actually unserved opportunity where we can provide transportation services, and as well we can provide earning opportunities for drivers who eventually move there. For that, we realized that we have to change our approach of launches, of city operation launches. So therefore, we've entered into partnerships with civil military administrations. We just ask what are their needs, how we can cater their requests best. It's not only about safety questions. So for example, when we launched Kyiv, we had to check which areas are still dangerous because of landmines left by Russians, and as well how we have to abide curfew hours and so on and so forth. But as well, we ask how we can help them. And based on their reactions, we decided to provide overall over 100,000 of free trips for critical infrastructure workers, for nurses, for doctors, for NGOs, for even blood donors who are right now, unfortunately, in a high demand, and even for refugees who had to move from one place to another. By doing that, we tried to utilize our drivers. And lots of those drivers, they had lost their job, or they were looking for just a flexible temporary solution how to increase their earnings. And by doing so, we realized that as an international company, we can leverage our global resources. And therefore, we decided to remove our Uber margin from first 600,000 trips. And basically, we passed all driver earnings from fares, from trips, to their pockets, just supporting them. By doing so, we were trying to support local communities and drivers driving in those areas. Unfortunately, not only people were requiring help, as a lot of supply chains were disrupted, and I guess, well, everyone is experiencing that in Ukraine. And therefore, we checked how our business can change and serve that question. For example, we were in discussion with UN orgs, such as World Food Program or UNHCR, and they had tremendous help Ukraine by moving humanitarian aid, but they were moving huge trucks of that aid to lots of local warehouses in Kyiv, in Dnipro, in Chernivtsi, but that was a question of a last mile delivery, because, well, that is always a question. And we realized that we actually have a solution for that, because, well, everyone knows that we have, for example, Uber Eats, where restaurants can basically deliver a hamburger or sushi using a scooter or a bicycle. So therefore, we provided, obviously free of charge, a platform, Uber Direct, which caters those needs. And instead of hamburgers and scooters, we were able to provide them a transportation solution, just a digital platform where UN org were able to request small and medium trucks and literally deliver that last mile delivery of just baby formula, of warm blankets to shelters, to places where temporary displaced people were staying literally without nothing, and we were doing that on demand on a mass scale. So that's basically our core capability. And by doing that, we were trying to solve our supply chain issues. And unfortunately, it's not the only issue we're facing as well, because it's not only about people seeking for help, but it's as well Russians damaging our heritage, our history. And therefore, we witness that there are lots of museums, cultural places which were damaged by Russian strikes, by bombs, and we have to preserve it, because it's not only about doing business, but it's as well preserving our historical culture. Well, it's our memory eventually. And we were working in a partnership with Ministry of Culture. We developed another earning opportunities for our drivers and another transportation solution for a special department who take care of restoration and preserving Ukrainian heritage. We provided a special product which enabled them to request a shuttle, Uber bus, which would draw around Ukraine. We traveled around well over 20,000 kilometers so far, and they were inspecting paintings which were damaged. So there was a team of specialists focusing on conservation, on, well, climatologists. There were lots of experts which were helping to save Ukrainian heritage, provide immediate evacuation or just restoration on site. So by doing so, we was providing evacuation and preserving of Ukrainian heritage. So those are questions how any business can adapt their business model, how we can be agile and just move from regular transportation of evening parties or business trips to a question how you can move your business model and help Ukraine. So that's like one part of business we were doing. And in addition, we were lucky enough to be a global company, so we leverage as well our global partnerships. So we launched, for example, our special vehicle view, a special product in an app globally, which is called like Uber for Ukraine, where people can request, and we collected donations. That was like almost $3 million. We matched that by our $2 million in-kind donation and passed it to NGOs which were in need. So that was a little bit of a sprint, but now every business has to enter a marathon. So we have to strive and keep on developing our abilities to provide earning opportunities for drivers on site, and as well providing transportation solutions for authorities where we're in. So, well, that's what we are doing for now.
That's
Thanks.
a brilliant job. Thank you so much for everything you've already done, and keep working in this direction. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Leshniak, Lucas Leshniak. He is a board member of WWS in Transportation, Speditions and Logistics. So from your perspective, what do you think? Is it really important to, as soon as possible, to restore the economy in Ukraine and to rebuild all the infrastructure so that Ukraine can turn into the very important transportation hub, yeah? Because it's because of our unique geographical place in the Europe, in the world. Tell us more, how do you think, how it can be in the near future?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I'm so proud to be in here, and I'm so grateful to be the part of that panel. Regarding your question, first of all, yes. First of all, yes, because the location of Ukraine and a lot of trouble regarding the transportation and due to the war and Odessa cases, Poland right now it's, in my opinion, one of the first destination regarding the transportation of goods, products from Ukraine across the world. And it's happening right now. The second location is Romania, but there's a lot of troubles in Constanța, and Ukraine needs Poland and needs an access to rebuild their economy. That's the first thing. I think that in the next couple of years, that's the first place to take in regarding the rebuilt economy and the country. Even what's been said, rebuilding the country are not going to start after the war. Right now is the moment to start to do it, think about it, plan it. And of course, the whole country, I don't know how many percent, but I think 70%, 50% of the country has been destroyed. So right now is the moment to rebuild the country, to start to think about it and to do everything what's needed to make it happen. And right now, even the situation regarding the economy and business, export of seeds from Ukraine, export of Ukrainian products, everything is needed to keep the economy still on the right level. As have been mentioned, that 33% of the companies are still, yeah.
Couldn't overcome the challenges. Yeah.
That's coming from the heart of Ukrainian people. They are strong, they are still fighting, and they are the winners right now. And whatever going to happen, whatever, doesn't matter. Whatever going to happen, they are the winners right now. And they are going to be them in the near future. And we as a people, as a Polish citizens, since the beginning, we were supporting, we were trying to help as a private sector, as a private companies, public, government, everybody has been supporting. And right now, I think that for Ukrainian business and for Ukrainian people, we are the partners on the same level. We are trying to support, we are helping them, and we're doing best of the best what we can do. And I think that we have to keep that as a sentence of our, maybe that's a hard word, but brotherhood, something like that. That's the way which we have to keep, because I don't know when, but in a couple of months, couple of years, Ukraine going to be free. Free of the war, free from the rockets, free from the bombs, and then Ukraine going to be the country which needs the support regarding the construction materials. I mean, even not the construction materials, all of the sectors which is needed to be rebuilt. So people needs to help. And I think that a lot of people from Ukraine, which are living in Poland right now, I think that maybe they are not going to be back to Ukraine, to go back to Ukraine, to get back to Ukraine, but they are still Ukrainian in Poland. And even the support which they get from us at the beginning, I think that it's going to be the plus for business between Poland and Ukrainian. Even from the Polish history, a lot of Polish people has moved to US, and right now they are doing business. And I think that even Ukrainian moved, maybe it wasn't their decision, but they has been pushed to do it. But even if they're gonna stay, that's going to be the reason why we are going to be the partners, why we are going to exchange our businesses and build our common cooperation, I mean, between the countries. And even right now, I'm representing the logistic market, transportation market, but Business Center Club as well. And I know that a lot of movements has been done to support people in here. A lot of legalizations of documents, a lot of people who are looking for some work in Poland, I mean, moving out from Ukraine. That's the biggest advantage of that, what has happened regarding Polish and Ukrainian partnership. And regarding the business, I think that in the next couple of months, the most important thing is to involve the governments, the biggest companies, to start doing it right now. I mean, rebuilding the country. Do not wait. Just start doing it right now. And that's what I want to say.
Yes, there is a Mr. Natalucha, and he knows absolutely better than anyone in this audience that our government is already understand it and do. And this panel is like proof of what you've just said, that it's absolutely understanding that we have to rebuild our country and think about it and do the first steps now, not wait till the victor will come. So we all know that we are already winners in this war. And
one more thing which I want to say to everybody around us and everybody in here, I think that all of us has to be involved in that process. All of us, even with some little part, but all of us. And the victory is right now.
Yeah, and when we are talking about Poland, it's very important to mention that according to last polls, opinion polls, 86% of Ukrainians think that Poland is our number one friend, and the total aid to Poland to help with war against Russia, more than $3 billion already. So thank you so much for your help as Polish.
Keeping fingers crossed.
Yeah, keep our fingers crossed. So and now I'd like to talk to Mr. Graham Weymiller. It's very interesting to listen to you, so that I read a little of your bio, yeah, and it's very interesting and unique experience, as I can see, and I'm sure it will be interesting for everybody in this audience. So your company does not get involved in geopolitics, but instead you are seeking to help every entrepreneur and business leader on the planet to be very, very successful. Each week, your company, it's plus 295,000 member businesses and chapters action across 76 countries. I'm so sorry. Just in the last year, BNA members generated over $20.3 billion US dollars from other members through BNA. So my question is, after a disruption, why are entrepreneurs and business leaders so important to re-establishing vibrance within a community?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you mentioned, we don't get involved in politics. We want to support businesses. And we really feel that entrepreneurs and business leaders not only provide critical services and products in times of need, but they generate, of course, income, they regenerate the tax base. They really also get the social fabric of communities moving in the right direction. When we have seen disruptions of any kind around the world, many cases it is the entrepreneurs and the business leaders who are able to pull together scarce resources very quickly and to apply those very directly to areas of need. So our goal is to be helpful to entrepreneurs and business leaders everywhere on the planet, and particularly in situations where there is disruption. Some of the things that we have seen be very important to entrepreneurs and business leaders rebounding from disruptions include, the mindset. Now, I can see that the mindset here is very strong and ready to rebound, and that is already underway. But many times there's an opportunity to even think bigger. And the question that we often pose to entrepreneurs and business leaders around the world is, what can they do now that they could not do before? With new technology, with the mindset, by collaborating with other entrepreneurs and business leaders, not only within their town or city or country, but other entrepreneurs and business leaders around the world, what can they do now that they couldn't do before? And maybe their business, as it rebounds, maybe they had thought about it being a business that would support a town or a city. Maybe that same business could be a business that supports the whole country. Maybe that same business can be a business that provides products and services around the world. So I think the mindset to work with others and to ask that question, what can they do now that maybe they couldn't do before? But we continue to see around the world that entrepreneurs and business leaders help rebound quickly in situations where there's disruption. And that is as much a social good as it is a economic and financial.
Mm-hmm. And the next question is, with the current disruption, how can Ukrainian business sort of best bounce back?
Yeah, absolutely. First, by not doing it alone. I think by building really strong relationships with other entrepreneurs and business leaders that not only are in other categories, but also within their same categories. So building strong relationships, setting up routines where they can learn from each other about how to rebound quickly, not only to find new customers and new markets, but to find new sources of supply. Also for encouragement and recognition as they are rebounding. That's very important to every entrepreneur and business leader on the planet, especially in disrupted situations. And so those are some of the things that we would think about. I know that there's a lot of very tech-forward mindset within Ukraine. I think that will be very advantageous as the businesses are rebounding. I think that's happening already.
So, and when it happened, what you are talking about, small business bounces back, when it happened, what impact it can have on families and community?
Yeah, part of the reason that we are so passionate about supporting entrepreneurs and business leaders everywhere is because for every successful entrepreneur or business leader, their family is supported. The families of their employees are supported. Their community is supported. Resources are generated for healthcare, for NGOs, for education. And so for every successful entrepreneur and business leader, there is so much that represents, so much good is being done. Our view is that entrepreneurs and business leaders around the world need to lead the way forward, that they are the most accountable because every day they need to add value to clients and customers. And that's part of the reason we are so passionate about supporting entrepreneurs and business leaders in Ukraine and also in every country worldwide.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Graham. So we have just 10, 11 minutes left. So my question is for each of you. Maybe knowing that the level of digitalization of Ukraine now is really high and everybody knows in the world about it, is it possible to create maybe some platform on which will be accumulator of so-called people's project, so that Ukrainians who are now all over the world can invest their money and to be like investors in our economy, in our country, that's just in one click? Maybe it's... Who wants to start? Pani Tatiana?
Дозвольте, я почну.
If I may, I'll be the first speaker. I know the answer for this question. We are already working on that, and there are many platforms like that. The Union of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs is a provider of Rybolist platform in Ukraine, which allows business people to look for partners in EU member states. So this platform operates globally, and we as the Union of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs, we are a provider, and we select Ukrainian business people and enterprises, and we want to present them on this platform and introduce them there. It is very important because we are the element who takes care of mutual trust, and we are a kind of guarantee that the Ukrainian partners joining in are reliable. There are many platforms like that. There is also EVN, a community which helps to set up partnerships globally as well. And let me also add that the Union of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs feels that there are needs like that, that Ukrainian goods should become a part of supply chains globally, because, well, that's simply crucial. That's simply crucial to build supply chains or join the existing ones. So we set up the Center for International Cooperation, cooperation. And this center helps our Ukrainian entrepreneurs in entering new markets. So we are trying to help them in that.
Mr. Natalucha, my question is for you. What do you think needs to be done, first of all, so that investors can move from intention to invest to real action? You, as a member of parliament, maybe to create something in our law.
Thank you. As for the law, I think we have provided the businesses with some really efficient instruments already, like the industrial parks that have been mentioned, the loan localization, and so on and so forth. What needs to be done by Ukraine is to advocate more fiercely how this tragedy and this war is also an opportunity. Because it is true that almost half of the economy is destroyed. But it is also true that half of the economy should be rebuilt from scratch. And those are the markets where, for the moment, there is no competition at all. It means that any company that will be big enough and daring enough to enter the market and to explore those opportunities will become a strategic player in those specific industry for quite some time and will be forming the market. And I'm talking about markets like gas, natural gas, hydrogen, nuclear, metal casting, agro, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, the overall, beg your pardon, the overall amount of damage exceeds $1 trillion. Like, there is no way Ukraine is going to pull that alone. Like, this is impossible, and this is unprecedented in a way. For that reason, I think that what we are trying to do as the government is to persuade the partners, the partner countries and the allies that the reconstruction of Ukraine should not be a charity project. We want it to be a partnership project. And from our side, what we are ready to do is to provide as much data as possible on the opportunities, on the markets, on industries, to implement the new instruments that will facilitate the entry and the operation of the businesses inside the country, like industrial parks and so on and so forth. And then we are ready to share with those countries the profits. But by all means, and this will allow the foreign businesses and the foreign governors to explain to their taxpayers what their businesses are doing in Ukraine. Not just donating money, but earning money and transferring them back to the countries of origin. And this is what is important. For us, the benefit is absolutely obvious. We need as much workplaces as possible. We need jobs. But in order for those jobs to be created, we need businesses to start operating in industries that are now destroyed. And those who will take this advantage of entering the absolutely empty markets for now, empty from the standpoint of competition, I think will have the advantage of forming those markets further and of dominating in a way for some time on those markets. And I think that everybody understands also the geographical importance of Ukraine. Everybody understands the quantity of the population. Now I think the world has seen the technological abilities and the skills of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian professionals. So in a way, once the war is over, this will be an incredibly interesting market. A market that I think has a lot of opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Natalucha. Mr. Panchenko, you want to add something, please?
And just a quick feedback as well as business. So we are already here to provide our transportation services. The point here is that Ukraine clearly indicated that they're willing to join Europe, and it's about not only just physical trend or declarations, it's as well about harmonization of regs. Because one of our questions that Ukraine is still missing regulations, clear regulations for gig workers. That's everyone from courier or Uber driver to, I don't know, a barbershop personnel. And what we are looking right now, together with other platforms, we are looking to work with authorities to develop a clear regs for gig workers. Therefore, we are looking to provide both flexibility as based on our feedback from European markets after successful reforms in Poland, in Romania, in Czechia, in all neighboring countries. We've collected the feedback that drivers are actually looking for flexibility, and especially now because, well, it's lots of uncertainty. But after that, we still need some regs, some a level playing field where everyone knows what to do and with as little friction as possible. So literally a person can click a button in DIA and after that pass it. So we are clear advocates and supporters of pushing those regs to become as well not only part of Europe by nature, but as well by regulations. Yeah, thank you.
So our time is almost finished. So I'd like to thank everybody for your participation in this panel. I want to emphasize that it's really very important topic, and because of the shortage of time, maybe I'm sure it's everybody has something to add, just in case to open and to look at the problem from different perspectives. And so everybody who are now in the hall, please, if you have questions to our member of our panel, you can put this question after the panel and on sidelines. It's not a problem at all. So I want to thank everybody, and I hope it was interesting to listen and to understand a little bit more about what is happening in Ukraine. And once again, this is war. This is very tough time for Ukraine and challenging time, but I'm sure that we will win this war, and this is any hesitation about it. So thank you so much, and have a good one. Thank you, Lukasz Lesniak, Mr. Natalucha, Mr. Artem Panachenko, Mr. Graham Weymiller, and Pani Tetiano, and Mr. Loboyko, who are not with us already. Thank you so much.
Taking me away somewhere I won't taking me away to somewhere I'd rather be.
Oh my gosh, it's 12 noon and I'm up late again. Jumped out of bed, this ain't a usual day. Today I'm heading to town, I got some things on my list, but the most important thing I need to mark is a kiss. Cause when midnight rings, I won't be letting you leave. I said to myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms? I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I'd really love to have you around. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bell sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Got the table set so you don't have to do a thing. I put the tinsel and the stockings up ready for the morning. Took the tree out the closet, couldn't find the star, but since you're here, I wouldn't mind your heart. I'm feeling festive, cheers, let's bless this occasion. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you around. Maybe I could make you Santa's wife. Hear the jingle bell sound. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we're going to start the next round of lectures and presentations. We just wanted to let you know that also on the floor, on the level 2, you're going to find a workshop room where a workshop by Lemkin Center is conducted on the topic of evidence gathering and battlefield evidence. Thank you. You're welcome to join.
I guess we're both a little crazy. I guess we're both a little shy. But the first day I met you, I knew my life was on the line. Don't ask me what you know is true. You picked me up when I was down and blue. So blue. Now baby, tell me it's a sign, or am I tripping out my mind? You can feel it too, right? All the stars just align. Sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out. I changed my mind like the weather. Always looked for something better. Never satisfied with what I have. Can't handle all that pressure. Yeah, I looked so good and green. Always stuck in my routine. Yeah. Now please, don't ask me what you know is true. The only reason I came through is you. Only you. You got me breaking all the rules just because I gotta have you back. Your time is something that I need to have, something I can't understand. Let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out. Don't let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Can I have an attention, please? We start our panel. So the name of the panel is the long-term needs for the Ukraine's health sector. I have a great pleasure and an honor to introduce and welcome on stage Jake Wheeler, who represents Amicare, and Krzysztof Anuszewski, who represents RescueNet and Rescue Class, Alpha Rescue, and Adrian Godecki, that is a president and founder of Healthcare Education Institute in Katowice. And next, it's Rachel Rowe, that is regional director for grants, contracts in Project Hope in Ukraine, and Joanna Józefiak, and president of Mediciner International Healthcare Association. And next is Svitlana Muzyczenko, founder and an executive director, Ukraine Brokers Without Borders. Welcome. And last but not least, our Deputy Ministry of Health of Ukraine for European Integration Ministry of Health of Ukraine. It's a long name. Welcome, Oleksiy Yaramenko. Okay. We have a very difficult topic, we have difficult subject, how to plan in long term something that is not easy to plan even in the normal circumstances. And I think that is it will be like a good starting point to start with the presentation that was prepared for our panel. So can I ask Oleksiy to start the presentation, and then we will follow some questions and have some discussion. The microphones are on the tables.
Thank you for introducing. Today, I will speak about long-term needs on Ukrainian health system and our strategy. And it's really hard talk during the war and current status and preparation, winter preparation and all of these horrible things that happen daily. But there is a time parallel we should be prepared when we will win the war, and we need to quickly implement lots of things. And today I will present our strategy and health recovery plan, our priority and milestones. But before we'll switch to the long-term needs in our strategy, I want to recall you that health reform that was started in 2015, it's one of the key reform in, for the last 5 years in Ukraine. There are lots of resources was spent to achieve incredible results. Actually, this was transferring from Soviet Union system to European standards. The key component was created like National Strategic Purchaser of Medical Service, National Health Service of Ukraine. Other key organizations like Public Health Center, Medical Procurement Agency, SOE Health, and other institutions that now are able to work during this war. And without this preparation, we cannot even imagine how we can deal with it. So this allows us, all the reform that's happening allows us now to keep strong and provide medicines to our people. Just before the war, actually, end of February, we finished with the National International Organization National Health Strategy 2030, and it should be the key document for the next 8 years. Of course, now we take a pause and not implementing it because we have other priority in the current situation, but the strategy and the vision how the health system should look like in the next decade we got. And war will not change this dramatically because we see Ukraine as a country of European community with European standards. And we want to bring health services to all population as better quality and free of charge. But current status for the starting from February 24th, we focusing on providing medicine, and I can highlight 5 key points. First of all, is medical care. We accept key services like trauma and surgery. We also focusing on the occupied territory to bring services back as soon as we got them. Also, we work with the EU countries to send our people in treatment abroad. Also, it's very important to give access to medicine. Russia destroyed, as you see, more than 500 pharmacies, and it's pretty challenges to deliver medicine on the occupied territory where it's everything destroyed. Also, we continue our financial reform and procure health services from the health provider, and government spent more than 100 billion hryvnia starting from the beginning of the year. We coordinate humanitarian support across the country. We developed our electronic system, MyData, to collect needs from the ground, to monthly and weekly provide requests to all donors and disseminate donor support to the specific healthcare facilities that are really needed. It allows us not to duplicate and to focus our health, our donation and donor support. One more important thing, it's human resources, because without courage of our doctors and nurses, we are not able to provide services. That's why first, we increased salary by 30% comparing to the previous year, even during the war. And second, we see that we allow our doctors to migrate inside the country without any additional problems and provide services where they can physically fit. Again, as we have the occupied territory, we see that our doctors and nurses are going back in 1-2 weeks. Even sometimes we want to have a pause to establish all necessary security issues. But in fact, at minimum 29 medical workers was killed during this period. And it's data that we have officially. I'm afraid that the number is much bigger. Russia destroyed more than 1,157 objects of healthcare facilities. And it's a huge number that will be needed for reconstruction in our future programs. In the first months, in parallel, we start thinking strategically what should be our priority as government, and what should be the key points of investment in the future. So we, together with international national partners, developed part of National Recovery Plan on the health. And for now, we estimate from 15 up to 20 billion euro only to recover health services at the previous condition, how it was before the war. It's a huge number of cost, and we think in the next 10-15 years, these resources will be able us to strengthen a health system. Our focus, it's 9 key points. It's strengthening policies as an institution, because it allows us to continue reforming. Second is financial stability and to provide health care, universal health coverage to the population. Third, it's restoration and transformation of the healthcare network. Then specific health services like rehabilitation and mental health, the services caused by war. And the need, we wasn't prepared, no one was prepared for it. So now mental health and rehabilitation is one of our key priorities. Human resources, as always, will be in a key target and key point for us, because without doctors and nurses, it's impossible to provide services. E-health system, there are healthcare quality, pharmaceutical sector is all things that we are planning. We have specific targeted action plan for each of these 9 blocks. And as other health recovery plans, health part also have 3 blocks. Current is resilience, is provision of healthcare services during the war. And we don't know when it will be finished, but now we are stably providing services. We don't see very critical issue, and it's one of the successful outcome of the previous reform and of courage of our medical workers. Second step, it will be recovery. It will take up to 3 years. Of course, it's including restoration, building primary health care system, finding investment for developing hospital network. Priority, as I said, rehabilitation and mental health. Harmonization for European integration, it always will be priority for government. Digitalization and developing pharmaceutical area also. Last and stage in modernization, and hopefully we will revise our health strategy goals and implement it, focusing on accelerating implementation universal health coverage, bringing investments, focusing on digitalization, on public health and other key priorities. There are lots of work, and we are looking for any partners who want to join and provide support. We are always happy and glad for any support. And together, hopefully sooner, we will celebrate the winning of this war. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. It was a great background and good starting point, as I mentioned before. Can I have a question right now? Because it's obvious that you divide the Ukraine right now on this occupied part and not occupied, fully occupied. And what is the main urgent issue right now for the health system and service?
In my answer, I will split in two parts. First, it's a current priority, what is really needed right now. And it's preparations to be able to provide services during the full blackout.
Okay.
As we see, Russia targetedly destroyed our electricity system. And for health area, of course, it's a very critical time because we want to be able to provide all critical services. Medical services. That's why providing generators, priority number 1 for the next period. It's a period starting from the months ago, but it's what we see. I want to say that system are ready and hospitals are equipped at minimum stages of capacity. So each hospital that have ICU rooms, like operational rooms, have at least 1 generator. And we can keep like minimum capacity, but it's not enough. For example, primary health care providers are almost not equipped with generators. Second issue, if the heating system will be destroyed and communication heating will be destroyed, the capacity of generators should be increased dramatically. So priority number 1 for the next month or 2 will be generator. Talking about the occupied territory, our priority is to bring services back. And with our international partners, we have actually clear algorithm how we are dealing with it. First, it's bring back primary health care. Second, bring back pharmacies, opening pharmacies and medicine. And then we are focusing to restore critical hospitals with operation rooms, with ICU rooms, and so on. What we see is what's different from our, like from Syria or Afghanistan or other territories, that we don't need much mobile clinics because we have huge infrastructure that we could use, and what we need is equipment and people who are able to continue services. So 3 stages: primary health care, medicine and pharmacies, and third, it's ICU and doctor specialized care bringing to the occupied territory. What we see from the experience on the Kherson and Kharkov Oblast, about 2-3 weeks is pass, and the hospitals are operating in a pretty similar way that it was before the war. So everything happens very significantly fast. So there are no time to think. We need to act, to move very fast and proactively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you deal on the daily basis with the main problems you have. You just give us an example. So power generators and primary care and specialist care is needed, and medicine. Okay, maybe I will address my next question to the Rachel Rowe. You wrote to me, you told me that Project Hope direct work with the health sector is just mainly like involves hiring staff and setting up mobile medical units and supporting local hospitals. Can you tell us more about that? Because I think it's like interrelated to what Alexei just said.
Well, we are lucky enough to have unrestricted funding, so we can use it to do any activities that we need to do to support the health sector. So we started off setting up mobile medical units with the 6 main hospitals that we partner with in Ukraine. So they have vehicles, they have a doctor, they have a nurse and a driver, and they can drive out to visit patients that perhaps are not able to make it to the hospital. So this is very useful, actually. Everybody appreciates it. But now we are also buying generators because this is a need that was shared with us. But also, we are lucky we can respond to emergencies. We got a call from the hospital in Lviv. They were short of sutures. We are able to get them and to deliver. So as things come up, we are able to respond. But I know not everybody has that kind of flexibility, but for an NGO like this one, we can.
Do you find any difficulties in finding funds and financing that kind of activity in Ukraine right now?
It's hard to compare the situation in Ukraine to other conflicts that I've been involved in, but there is a remarkable amount of support from around the world, to be honest. So people are donating, governments are donating, and everyone wants to help Ukraine.
Yeah, and you have like a great experience, because I've read that you have more than 20 years of experience working in a different part of the world and in many global organizations like UN and also American Agency for International Development, so you can compare it. And in your opinion, it's like a great support right now, and you deal with all the needs. That's good. That's good to hear. Okay, maybe second question. Next question will be to Adrian. You deal with the rare diseases, and they are there without, is there a war or not? We have to deal on a daily basis with different diseases. And what problems patients with those diseases are facing right now in Ukraine?
Well, rare diseases are rare, and this is no surprise, but on the other hand, when it comes to statistics, around 2 to 2.5 million people in Ukraine suffer from rare diseases, so this is a significant part of the population. So, well, I run a foundation in Poland which helps people with rare diseases. We did different things before the war, but since the war started, we responded to the crisis and first of all started finding specialized therapies to people fleeing from Ukraine. I mean, usually those are therapies which are available maybe in one hospital in the whole country, something like this, so they are very specialized one. And also we started helping people who are in Ukraine. But first of all, I would like to underline that, as Minister said, they had great plans. And they even started implementing those plans also when it comes to rare diseases. They started implementing their own national plan for rare diseases, which contains patient registries, special reimbursement procedure for medicines, and even newborn screening on a bigger scale than it is now in Poland. So they really started to do great things before the war, but the war stopped it somehow. So first thing first, we need to support Ukraine as a country in implementing those things they started to do in the area of rare diseases, because they are good ones. I mean, they are really on the European level when it comes to its complexity and general development. But the war started, and the patients with rare diseases has very specific needs. In most cases, patients with rare diseases receive therapies which are life-saving. So they cannot be interrupted even for a minute. And well, it happened when it comes to war in Ukraine. So we as a foundation helped around 80 to 100 families to receive such specialized care in Poland and other European Union countries. But still there are patients in Ukraine. We are sending them medical supplies to the hospitals and so on, but they still need help, and they are often overlooked in the big picture of helping Ukrainian healthcare system. This is why I believe if there is anybody who is helping Ukraine by sending medical supplies, for example, the key thing is to ask both hospitals what do they need, and ask also patient organizations. And I don't think that you should ask every single patient organization of every single rare disease, because it's impossible, but ask umbrella organizations, patient alliances. Those are this kind of organizations. They are very well developed in Ukraine and then can be a real partner when it comes to cooperation for patients with rare diseases. So not only asking system itself, which is very important to ask specific hospitals and respond to the needs, not sending everything, but also ask patient organization, patient community, what do they need for their patients in Ukraine, which are treated, as I said, often with life-saving therapies. So now what we are concentrating now is to deliver those things to Ukrainian patients, also power generators, power stations to keep respirators working at home, oxygen concentrators, things like this. But in, let's say, a bit longer perspective, always ask about needs of those people.
Okay, so how do you get the information, not only through the cooperation with other organizations, but also to communicate with the government or the Ministry of Health? What is your channel of getting information?
Well, the key is to ask, because I saw many organizations who were just sending medical supplies that they have in stock, and it's not always help, but asking ministry, asking specific hospitals, and in the end asking also patient alliances, at least to consult with patient organization, with the social side, which is very active in Ukraine by helping it, is the key in my opinion. I mean, ask also the patients what do they need, because they often cooperate with the ministry, they cooperate with hospitals, and they can provide the best information what their patients needs now. And if it's medicine, if it's a surgery, if it's some kind of device, and if it's needed, we can deliver it. But if it's not possible to deliver it, we can always, I mean, we as a social organization taking care of rare diseases in Europe, we can always move to these patients temporarily to European Union and to provide them with treatment. But the key is to get information.
Yeah, and that's what I heard, that's what I experienced, that's what I know, because I work as a volunteer in the Polish rescue organization. And what we discovered that at the beginning everybody wants to help, and the aim is not so target. I mean, like you need to ask people what they need. So the reality in many cases just differs than what you think, and it's what's really needed. So it's good that your help, and even in this narrow subject, like rare disease, is targeted, patient target. Oriented, so then your help is really beneficial. And you told me before our panel that you started from the very beginning, because it was like 27th of February when you got the first patient. So we can see that it was really after the outbreak of the war.
Yes, the first patient was moved on the 27th of February for a bone marrow transplantation because the hospital in Kiev was closed and we need to do something. So we moved the family to Bydgoszcz. So yes, we started helping from the 27th of February, but before the war, humanitarian aid wasn't our main area, but I am happy that we could help anyway.
Yeah, thank you. I will go to Svetlana, because for me you are like extremely interesting person, because you are like a businesswoman, you create a startup in Brazil, and you stop your like say professional work there as a businesswoman, and you just move into Ukraine after the outbreak of war, just to start helping people there. And you founded Brokers Without Borders, and the organization that is working on urgent grassroots humanitarian projects. And what is actually needed right now in Ukraine, in your opinion?
What we see is the most important right now is that people have alternative power sources so that they can obtain medical services, so that they can keep their houses, apartments warm during the winter season. So in that regard, as a non-government organization, we focus on helping two parts of the population. We are focused on supporting medical facilities and provisioning them with the generators, with the boilers, with the heating devices and the blankets, with the number of international partners that are helping us to realize this mission. Some of them are here on the conference, including AmeriCares that is with us on that panel. The way we go about it, we source them abroad because they are, cannot be found anymore in Ukraine. The market is not elastic, and most of them already have to be brought from the neighboring countries. Our focus is to deliver them right now to the east and the south of Ukraine, to the recently deoccupied territories. So right now we're working almost with 45 hospitals across Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, Kherson, Mykolaiv, and we are delivering those power generators of varied sizes to them. This is met with the number of challenges, not only the funding challenges, but right now there is a challenge that is more important than the funding, and its ability to source them and actually deliver them to those territories. For example, Mykolaiv, who is heavily affected by the military combat. There are hospitals that require generators, but they are mined around. So it's extremely difficult to find a logistical solution, even if you have a generator, to deliver to them. We've delivered around 15 small generators to the hospitals in the deoccupied Kharkiv region. And we were so surprised when they were asking us for this relatively small generators. We didn't see how a hospital can be run off such a small piece of equipment. And they were explaining us, well, look, our infrastructure is damaged to the degree that we are entirely disconnected from the centralized power grid. So we literally need those mobile units that we can install in every separate building of the hospital so that we can maintain the basic functions of the hospital running, because guess what? All of their medical equipment was looted, right? So this is what Oleksiy was referring to, that we need to return to them the medical equipment they need to provide the services because they don't have it anymore. It was all taken away by the Russian forces. So there is a realm of challenges that we face in helping them with those supplies, but it is our goal to continue doing this through the course of this winter. And naturally, we also already ask ourselves, what is it going to be like in the next winter? Okay. Are we going to be still dependent in a year from now on running the medical facilities on the power generators, or are we going to come up with some alternative models of how our medical system will be less reliant on these traditional hospitals? And this is a bit relevant to what Rachel was saying and how the international non-government organizations and bring into Ukraine this concept of mobile clinics that are smaller, more agile, can move around the territory, and are bringing this innovation spirit to how the medical access to the services can be maintained in the war context.
Yeah, so maybe that's the answer, this mobile unit. Can you tell us more about the logistic? I mean, because you're all talking about the logistic. When we think about the health service and health system, we think about the hospitals, clinics, doctors sitting in the rooms and waiting for the patient. And now we have this health system panel, and we're talking about the logistic, about the electricity, generators, and very simple things that normally people think they are there, I mean, in hospitals and in clinics. So how do you manage to deliver those generators? You were talking to the eastern part and south part.
Right now, there isn't one way to accomplish in Ukraine. For every specific destination, you have to explore what the options are. The territories that were deoccupied a few months ago, you already can reach them by the National Delivery Service. They really go as far as it's possible probably right now. The territories that were more recently deoccupied, we oftentimes make the arrangements with the hospital that we will deliver it as close as it's possible, and then they would drive and pick up the equipment in the bordering city that has a better access. We oftentimes have to pay for prime delivery services so that the logistical provider assumes the risk to travel to the territory. So the answer is bespoke. There's no one answer to that right now.
Okay, thank you. That was very interesting. Because usually when you think about the war and the logistic is so problematic, people are thinking that if everything is destroyed, so you don't have transport there. And actually, you need to have this channel of communication and transport even in the occupied territories.
But the answer is also working with locals, because those people that live on those territories, they are moving aid in and out, and they would know the safe ways to transit to a certain city. And so this is paramount to have these connections in every oblast in Ukraine to figure out how can you reach those destinations fast.
Okay. I will go to you, Jake, okay, if I may, because you represent Amicers. So for your organization's slogan is that Amicers is equal to health, and you believe that everybody deserves, like basic healthcare everywhere, every time. And I've read on your website that healthcare is like a human, law and human right. And because you established a quick response team in Poland after the outbreak of Ukraine war in Ukraine. So what did you achieve? What have you achieved for the last 10 months? What cooperation you have in Ukraine and also in Poland and other countries that cooperates with you?
Great. Thank you. Yeah. Well, Amicers is a health-focused development and relief organization that responds to over 30 humanitarian crises and natural disasters worldwide. And to kind of echo a refrain here about working with local partners, we do not directly implement. We're a donor, and we work through nearly 50 organizations. We've supplied over 280 tons of medicines and medical supplies to organizations providing TB medications in clinics, to grants supporting crisis counselors for Ukraine's largest suicide prevention hotline. And so our goal is to improve access to health services, improve access to medicines. And right now, we're very fortunate to work with nearly 50 organizations doing that all throughout Ukraine, as well as organizations in Poland, Romania, and Slovakia. And I think for us, it's really important to remember local organizations that Adrian mentioned we can listen to, that know the populations in those areas the best, they know the needs the best. And you know, Alexei's presentation had a really, really good point about access to medicines in deoccupied or occupied territories. And so we have a great partner, for instance, Source of Revival, that's able to work. They're very lean, they're community rooted, they're smaller, but they're able to reach those most vulnerable populations and either through procuring medicines locally in the local market or those specialty medicines that we have access to through our supply chain. So that kind of represents the comprehensive approach to partnership that we have here.
Okay, so what is in your opinion, of course, the biggest achievement you managed to do it like during the last 10 months? Because you all repeat like medicine, generators, and other stuff. So what is?
Yeah, it's tough because we have so many great partners. Obviously, Brokers Without Borders is one of them. We've supplied over $50 million in valued goods, and again, $3 million in grants to organizations. The generator project right now, I think, is something that is meeting a very important need. And AmeriCare's approach is in line with what Alexei had outlined in his presentation. It's understanding the health system before the war, understanding the impact of the war on the health system, and then helping to complement those services that already exist, and where they don't, help fill that gap. And I think with the generators, we're focusing with Brokers Without Borders, with some of these other partners, on hospitals in areas that, to coin Svetlana's term, are stronghold hospitals. They serve a function within the health system. They serve a high concentration of IDPs, and they're maybe close to contact lines, but maybe have a lower risk of being attacked, so that there's essentially a level of safety there for people to receive those services. And so, those generators are powering COVID wards, they're powering surgical departments, they're powering maternity hospitals. So for us, I think that's something that right now is in the pipeline that we're really excited about.
Okay, thank you. I will go to another speaker, Joanna, because you represent an organization that helps to support immigrants for a job abroad. And you help them on many fronts, including providing psychological help. And Alexei mentioned also in the presentation that the psychological support and it's very important, especially for those who fled from occupied territory. And you have a numerous project to support those refugees, even those fighting on the front. And how your organization support looks like right now, or how was at the beginning? Is it changed right now? But I'm sure it is.
As the war began, I already informed all of my partners, my medical partners. These was companies and NGOs, hospitals in Poland and Germany, because I'm actually I was active on the board between Germany and Poland, working with the government, German and Polish government. And after war began, I just decided overnight, I'm gonna focus on this topic. And I wrote a letter at night to all of my partners and asked them, what can we do? And in the morning, I get the answer from all of them. And all of them told me, Joanna, we are with you. What can we do? And for example, some of a Jewish hospital in Berlin gave me all of the goods they had. And we organized next day the first transport, the first truck to Ukraine. And at this time, I spoke with a lot of doctors and from the field. And they just said, Joanna, we need everything. And I just discovered we cannot do everything because we just send them things they are not going to be able to discard, do to the right places. So we just send them some like a single-use operation sets for the field. That was the biggest donation we did at the beginning. And then I just spoke with a lot of doctors, and I knew it. They needed support with a couple, like with rehabilitation, psychologists. So at the COVID time, we are just like did some like virtual clinic with online treatment. So we used this virtual clinic to treat patients from Ukraine or women with children here in Poland to help them, to give them like psychological help. We are already on the project with the Cancer Institute in Kiev. How can we bring the people to Poland to offer them rehabilitation? Not only trauma rehabilitation, but the psychology rehabilitation. So you're thinking about some project which is going to take a couple days, or maybe a week or 2 weeks, for the people to get them here and give them a little bit more power to come back. Because they need to have a break. Without them, they cannot work 24 hours a day. So that's what I'm doing.
Yes. So you use your connections in Germany and in other countries like Switzerland and US just to transform your main key work to the Ukrainians. And for me, it was interesting that when I was when I was reading about you, that actually you just made like Polish people and cooperate with German on the medical issue, and I've even made a joke that you are that person that just create no boundaries between Poland and Germany in Frankfurt in Oder. So maybe this time you will create another like bridge between Poland, Germany, and Ukraine, in this, especially in this psychological part of helping and aiding the Ukrainians and dealing with the war.
We also have a Ukraine there living already in Germany, but all of them need psychologist help. So we are thinking about the project, how can we support the people mentally?
Yeah.
Because that's important too.
Yeah, because when we think about the health, we don't think about the psychological part at the beginning. First, we think about the trauma. When we think about the war, we think about the bleeding and massive trauma problems, especially at the front and in the occupied areas. We don't think that also people who maybe do not live just next to the front, but they still influenced by the war, greatly influenced by the war. They also need to have a support just to function normally, just to stay and just deal with the environment they got.
And it's just the only one thing I want to say, which I think is very important, the mental support of the medics on the front.
Yeah, because the war creates the chaos, and then you have to adjust to this chaos. And you need to find a way to deal with it without, fearing about leaving your home. And so that's why those people need to have that support you organize. Thank you. And the last but not least, personal question to Chris. And Chris, you're working on a different stuff. You are chief operating manager of projects like Rescue Glass. So maybe that will be the answer for the e-medicine, e-health we were talking about. So the device that can help to help people by using the glass and providing first aid even in the remote areas. But what I want to focus here, I want to focus on the other project that you work as a volunteer in Polish rescue organization where we work together about bringing ambulances to the Ukraine. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, first of all, I feel like all of the speakers already gave answers to many important questions, so I feel like I need to go with something fresh.
Yeah.
So the project we've been doing as a Polish rescue organization was ambulances for Ukraine. because it's really worth mentioning that I'm already engaged in some other activities, like we have one of the biggest training centers for first aid in Europe. Plus, we have a medical equipment shop. So combining it all together, I feel like we can have huge impact on what is going on. We've been doing some talking here together with Katya and Alexander about actually quite the same project we want to work on. Because what we've done in our research is our friends that are EMTs, paramedics all over the world, they are aiding organizations like European Union, OSCE, and we're doing some work in Africa. They also work in Ukraine, and in that intel we got is there's a huge lack of actually access to public health care. There's a huge lack of ambulances. The cars that are actually in Ukraine, they're overworked. The crew is overworked. They have older cars, they need to repair them, although they get destroyed, but still, you need to think of something new. So we thought that providing cars that are smaller, easy to operate, they don't need access to staff that is already trained for. Because with the regular ambulance, you need to prepare people to use that properly. Without that, there is no use for that. Same goes with AED device. Not many doctors that can do the real surgery can operate an EAD device. Quite simple, right? But there is no answer to that. So we thought of, let's go with not only providing ambulances, but let's go with full training of people. So my other project is, because actually I've conducted a series of tests in states, now in Poland and back in Ukraine after the outbreak of war, because we've done a device, it's called the Rescue Glass. And this is a thing that's going to be a real game changer, because what is going on, long story short, I don't want to bother you with that, but you basically put on the glasses, you get in touch with paramedic, EMT, or doctor back in the operational center, and he gives you step-by-step instructions. There were no critical errors. All of the medical units we've been cooperating with, they confirmed the readiness of the usage. So I'm going to go with more talking in the evening, and hopefully, from the information I received for actually the past few days, we're going to get those devices to Ukraine. So the access to public health care or first responders would be massive. Because the idea about it is, you don't have many paramedics everywhere. When you get those devices within ambulances, when the ambulance arrives on the scene of an accident, whatever, they distribute it among civilians, and those people, without prior knowledge or training in medicine, they can provide a really excellent first aid. So that's going to have a huge impact. Hopefully, we're going to get all other things going as well. If you have any further questions, I'm really happy to get the answers for that. And hopefully, we're going to cooperate on that and all other matters that are super important.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that maybe I will start asking some general questions to all of you, because you already mentioned that we have a winter, or winter is coming very soon this month. Of course, we know, Oleksiy mentioned the temperature, that is a problem without heating system, and it's quite easy to destroy the infrastructure for Russians. It's like a normal tactic that you use during the war. So when we think about that, not only generators are needed, what are the other needs you have to think about just to secure civilians and civilians in Ukraine, because we face the winter. And Svetlana mentioned that you think about another winter as well, as looking for the future. So how will the health service look like this winter? You mentioned generators, but how did you prepare already for the winter?
I think winter already has arrived in Ukraine.
Sorry,
so.
that Polish perspective. We have like less severe winter than you have.
So to the current winter in question, I don't think we have much space for maneuver anymore, right? So, but naturally we have to think, how can our patients be less dependent on actually going to the physical facilities in Ukraine to receive the medical care. Given that there is a acute shortage of electricity, we have to also somehow down the demand on the medical facilities in Ukraine, because they simply will not be able to meet the same demand they were meeting before the war, when we had the infrastructure intact. And so here, in my perspective, the healthcare system of Ukraine has to learn to innovate the same way our army innovated, with very limited resources, short time frames, and brief agile innovation cycles, to come up with a different way to operate in these new circumstances. Well, healthcare has to assume that sort of innovative mindset as well. I think our hospitals will continue and be a very attractive target for bombing. They're huge traditional facilities. So in my perspective, there are some additional facilities that need to be created in the spaces that are less obvious than these large facilities. For example, and this is just an idea, an underground metro stations, they are a shelter for many people during the bombing. Certainly some of the medical services could be provided in this sort of like less obvious locations. Then there is an emergency care that you have to receive where you are or where the closest facility is. But there is an elective care, right? And perhaps the elective medical care can be moved to the locations that are further away from the front line, perhaps on the Polish border, where people can travel to receive this less urgent type of care. Then I think Chris mentioned the telehealth. Well, we certainly have to get onto that adoption curve of remote medicine, and the service that doesn't require a physical visit to the facility. This is unavoidable for the circumstances of Ukraine right now.
You mentioned also blankets, that you brought blankets. That's obvious solution for the winter. Do you think that there is like a great need for those blankets? I mean, like this first aid blankets or like normal, typical blankets, just to secure, the civilians and patients, I mean.
Well, in the medical facilities, blankets are probably more relevant to those regions that were deoccupied very recently. So, like in our context, we were only delivering them to Mykolaiv, to multiple facilities in Mykolaiv. They didn't have enough of them, and they didn't have yet the generators. So this kind of like quick solution was valuable for them. But the blankets are more required, perhaps, in the collective shelters that are multiple of them around Ukraine, and that are a place for the most vulnerable people, the people that unfortunately do not have the funds to rent an apartment, or they don't have relatives in Poland to go to. So they're stuck in Ukraine in a facility that was not fit for winter, ever fit for winter. And they remain there in oftentimes suboptimal circumstances. They are more prone to contract diseases because it's colder there. And yes, in those locations, most certainly they require warm clothes, blankets, etc.
Okay, so now we have an idea what to collect and just how to support you. Okay.
Yeah, just to mention some of the partners that we're supporting with wool blankets. I mean, I think sometimes also innovation. The term is used for technology, but we're noticing that small partners in really community, rural areas are able to innovate on wood burners, wood stove, and so they've kind of developed their own model, and we're supporting grant work with them. Heating points, we're working with municipalities as well on setting up community heating points. But I'll also mention, and to Alexei's point about kind of bridging winterization and equipment, it's really important to kind of think through what type of equipment can be used in certain areas, especially if you don't have consistent power. And I think Institute of Emergency Medicine here in Poland works with telehealth hospitals in Ukraine, and we've supported grants on portable ultrasounds and training. So again, you need a power supply at some point, but they can go 6, 7, 8 hours without power to provide those health services. And another grant we have right now open is with portable incubators. So these are ways that you can kind of innovate around health services and bridge that long-term need for equipment that we find is hopefully going to be successful.
Okay, thank you. Alexei, how do you think about the winter? I mean, like as a ministry of health, because you mentioned generators, but we are talking about the heating and lack of heating power in hospitals. So what else can we do? Because we have here different organizations, different business partners, so everybody is interested in how to help you in that critical moment that is winter.
Yeah, and here we should think by models. What will happen if? And again, the worst model, if the whole electricity system and heating system will be destroyed. And in fact, it means that even people cannot call the emergency because there are no phone, internet, so full blackout. And what can we do together to allow people to have medical services? We got experience actually from our Kharkiv Oblast, where in some territory, even occupied territory, there are no electricity. And what happened that people go to the public places by bike or by foot and trying to call the emergencies. It means we need to set up some types of connection. Again, Starlinks, it's always perfect solutions, and medical systems have around 1,000 Starlinks already, but definitely not enough. But the volunteers can bring some resources to public places where can people go and call emergency. It could be, again, by car. So our strategy is to have emergency point everywhere where it's possible, but we will not cover everyone. So here the volunteers and other organizations could additionally support to be this bridge of communication between hospitals, between medical system and the patients, because we understand that number of heart attacks, strokes, and so on will now increasing, and we don't lose patients at home. We want to provide them medical care. Another layer of model, when it's still now there are temporary problems with electricity, and as I told, the increasing number of generators will support conditions, and hospitals are ready to work in current condition. And but of course we have some requests on medicine, and it's data available on the Ministry of Health website, so you can always go there and check what type of medicine do we really need. Because we don't need everything. Actually, sanitizer we got from EU countries, like tons of them. So no sanitizer and mask needed anymore. But there are some specific drugs really needed, and targetedly it will support support system. But I want to talk some about. We often talk about control area. But we still have uncontrolled area, occupied territory. And from government perspective, we are still paying salaries to the doctors and nurses, to the medical staff, and we will. Yeah. So it's our people, they provided services to our population. But Russia blocks all types of humanitarian corridors. And I want to give a message to all communities that we need to continue pushing them to open humanitarian corridors, because lots of people want to go to the controlled area, and it's a huge problem. that even if in some period of time people are able to have evacuation corridor, even we have a huge number of cases where this corridors was under attack. And all this data should be publicly discussed and presented of all types of, like from the ground to the high-level politician. It should be visible because people are struggling without medicine, and we don't know everything about occupied territory, and we're afraid that there are real humanitarian crises.
Okay, thank you. What kind of medicine do you need actually the most right now? Because you mentioned that you don't need sanitizers, and I think this is the result of COVID, that we could send you more sanitizers that you need actually. And what kind of medicine do you need the most right now? I mean, group of medicine, you don't have to give us names.
Yeah, in some cases it's pain reliever, but with like not Panadol, but something more stronger, like not some types of narcotics. Again, it's better to see the list. I don't want to mistake, but also drugs for rare diseases, of course, are needed. Actually, when we are talking about drugs in this period of war, most of them are very expensive because in the first months, we ask for almost for everything because some of our huge warehouses were destroyed. And in the first 3 months, it takes we and our pharmaceutical business and international partners have introduced lots of resources to have some basic medicine on the market. Now it's available, and the request in some specific drugs and highly cost drugs.
Okay. I see that you are prepared to answer also my question because you deal with the drugs, I mean, like with the rare disease, and you know what is the most needed.
Yes, I just would like to echo what Alexi just said regarding medicines. First of all, we should send what is needed. And this is the key information for all that would like to help. We need to ask firstly. Well, when it comes to medicines which are, let's say, usually used in first aid, but also medicines that are very specialized one, like for rare diseases. The key is here to convince the industry to enter Ukraine, to not be afraid to be in Ukraine. This is a problem because those companies are somehow afraid of taking the risk of course, it is a risk, but they are afraid that the medicines may be misused. I mean, I can guarantee you that those medicines won't be misused when it comes to rare diseases because the system is functioning and was functioning before the war, and now it's a pretty good condition. The patients are receiving medicines in some areas, even though there are some problems, and we were, for example, as a foundation, delivering some specialized medicines like immunoglobulins, but now the situation is better, so the system is capable of delivering medicines to patients with rare diseases, with chronic conditions as well. So it's good to be in Ukraine and help those patients. So by being on the Ukrainian market, you can help patients, and even better if you offer those medicines as a compassionate use. This is a tool used by many pharmaceutical companies around the world when they are entering some markets. They are offering some free therapy for a group of patients. Why can't you use it in Ukraine to offer free of charge therapy for patients in Ukraine for a specific period of time, let's say for a year, for how long it would be needed during the war, and maybe then start business negotiations. But now offering medicines as a compassionate use for patients with rare diseases is a solution. It's used by pharmaceutical companies in other countries as a business tool. Now you can use it as a humanitarian tool in Ukraine. So if anybody from the industry is here, just please check the list of medicines of the Ministry of Health and maybe consider entering Ukraine and helping those patients, because you can help them by providing medicines. Now they can, and by that, they can stay home. They don't have to leave the country and seek for medical care in the European Union. And just one side comment here, we did a survey among the patients with rare diseases who left Ukraine, and there are places in many countries of the European Union, and about 93% of them declared that they would like to go back to Ukraine as soon as possible. So also they will need this treatment at home after the war.
Okay, you start like final remarks already for me. Actually, I was going to ask some other question, but actually you answered those questions about regular healthcare now in Ukraine, because you're divided. So we could see that it's different in this occupied area and not occupied, and how the people deal on the daily basis with that problem, and especially in that time when time matters the most. I mean, like heart diseases, I know, strokes and other problems, because they do not disappear because of the war. They are still there, and people have to deal with them when they need it. So any final remarks about the health system? What would you like to achieve in this time right now, and something that it's like a long-term aim, target for you? We can start by one, or as you wish. Just free.
There's certainly one for me, because as the people lack access to public health care, and they lack actually people that are first responders in every area of Ukraine, because it's everywhere in the world, but in Ukraine especially, I feel like it's a great idea to start building a network of people that are fully trained, and they could provide training for others. So this would increase the numbers. So basically, as you train properly at one person, it can go like as far as he can go back to where he was and start training all others. So you can build a system like that. And that's the cheapest solution, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll echo the comments about the importance of training. And I think for a donor, it's recognizing what the needs are, listening to partners, being responsive, and also providing funds to support operational costs, right? I think it's really important to provide salaries when possible on projects. That serves the benefit of other organizations working with that partner. And so I think that's something in the long term, in addition to training, providing equipment and training for that equipment, maintenance costs, also providing operational support to organizations so that they can continue to do the work, not only for the project they're supporting with your funds, but other organizations' funds as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other remarks? Rachel? No?
I think from my side, I expect that we are able to generate more humanitarian innovation in the coming year. And besides this short-sighted emergency response, we are capable to elevate our planning for at least more long-term type of perspective. And I don't mean like 5-year perspective, but that we think about the next year's winter right now, because this emergency response that we are all carrying out collectively right now, it creates a number of other risks for the country. I don't believe we can replace traditional electric infrastructure with generators. It makes our country, for example, susceptible to fuel crisis. So if we have the situation that we had back in summer when diesel was not possible to find anywhere, well, generators do not run without diesel. What do we do then when we don't have power stations and we also don't have diesel to power our generators? So this is a massive risk for us that we need to be breaking our heads and thinking, how do we plan around those risks, and what are the new solutions that we are able to introduce to minimize those risks and minimize dependencies on one single solution.
Any other remarks?
When we are talking about long-term needs, I want to address one important thing. It's coordination. Because number of resources that are available now for Ukraine, it's actually very limited. And yeah, we see hundreds of donors and NGO and humanitarian project, and it's all great. But it will not enough for Ukraine. That's mean how we use these resources should be very efficiency. And without proper coordination across donor sector, across government, across regional, it's impossible to achieve such result. And actually, quite openly, we have a bad experience starting 2015 when lots of resources go to the Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast. Because of lack of coordination, resources was specified only on some points, and it doesn't allow to people to get good quality of services. And having such experience now, we again with different international partners creating platforms how the resources could be coordinated. It's a health cluster of Ukraine that coordinated by WHO. It's national platform. We are on constant communication with Oblast Health Administration and ask donors to speak with them before implement something. It's very important message for long-term development because now we are using resources. We think, yes, we need to deliver hundreds of generators. But where it will go, it's very important because duplication or triplication of humanitarian support will not allow to get good health services for the patients. We think we should think started from the patient, who will get what they need, and then coordinate our support.
Yes, I think that's the best sum up we could have. We should coordinate our aid and just spend it wisely. And as Svetlana mentioned, innovation is the key right now, just to solve based on the experience you have right now, what will be next in a long-term health service in Ukraine. Okay, I think we still have a few minutes for questions, if there are any from the audience. Do you have any questions to our panelists? Okay, so there is a microphone.
Дякую, Наталія Тулінова, Національна агенція гуманітарної допомоги здоров'я. Ми спеціалізуємо...
Okay, wait. That's a technical issue.
Наталія Тулінова, Національна агенція гуманітарної допомоги здоров'я. Ми спеціалізуємось на медичній допомозі, на аналітиці потреб для лікарень, на логістиці, справедливому розподілі.
Analytics of medical needs of hospitals, logistics, and we also cooperate with partners like you. We have a deputy minister here, so I'd like to ask a question in the presence of foreign donors. Because, well, I'm very curious. I'd like to discuss the issue of how we can help you, or what are the obstacles in your activity, in humanitarian aid, so that we can join forces, so we can do whatever we can much faster, much better, much more efficiently.
Who is going to answer that question from our panelists? That's a tough question.
Maybe I can start.
Okay.
Well, we all need coordination, and I am saying this as a representative of an NGO, and, well, in the beginning of the war there was chaos. Now it needs to be structurized, and I'm glad that Ukrainian state is doing something for this. So we do really need coordination, and I'm looking forward to learn more about those platforms so that we can cooperate. So, well, we need it. I mean, I can say from our NGO, we'll be happy to also get information not only from other NGOs, but also from the state. And don't forget that the state is the main provider of humanitarian aid to Ukraine in the end. Still not any NGOs, but the state. And also the state needs macroeconomical aid to fulfill those gaps. So, well, if we speak about coordination, I'm the first to work like this and to structurize our activities.
Rachel?
I think for those of us who lived and worked in Ukraine, we know that corruption used to be a very, very big problem. And I've been told from many Ukrainian friends that this problem will not be tolerated anymore. It is the end. Finally, we are finished. But I think all Ukrainian people can work on this, not accept this anymore.
Okay, any other questions?
Well, one more thing to add, because what I've been doing for, I feel like one month ago, I've donated, and I've cooperated in donation for soldiers on the front line. And what we did, we've sent the uniforms and underwear for them, because the winter was coming. And what I saw that was super problematic, many people try to do the same kind of stuff, and they gathering funds, and it's not coordinated at all. And what broke my will was that I could not have funds for the goal we had. And some other companies started doing the same thing. If we coordinated, we would get a lot more things for cheaper price. So that ruined that, because we would have like few hundred soldiers more adopted by us. So that's the issue about it. Stop doing the same stuff. Coordinate it and get real help.
Okay. So maybe that other woman.
Thank you very much, Andrea Vessa. I'm the Safeguarding Advisor for AmeriCares. So my question is to those who've had experience in humanitarian responses before. This is critical. Medical aid, everybody from every aspect of society is coming to help, right? Corporate, NGOs, foundations, everybody's there. Do you feel we're following humanitarian principles, or are we behind in understanding, having a core, set of principles to coordinate us in our thinking to do this safely and to do this in a neutral fashion and so on? So are we lagging in understanding what a humanitarian response is?
Please answer the founding question. Wait.
Thank you for that question, Andrea. Yeah, I mean, I think right now a lot of the humanitarian principles come up seemingly on a daily basis. And I think it's important for organizations, especially the larger international organizations, to really think critically about those, to really sensitize staff to those, because right now, in some of the areas, right, the access for humanitarian organizations, especially in occupied territories, can be challenging. If there's a risk to them to work there, that needs to be discussed with that partner. There needs to be an openness, willingness to communicate honestly and transparently. But the do no harm principle comes up, I think, for us at AmeriCares, and what we're really focused on, I think, in this response is safeguarding. It's really protecting our partners, the communities that our partners work with, against essentially the support that we're giving. Make sure we're not doing harm in communities, and sensitizing, again, our own staff, those communities, to be able to raise issues if they see that, to better improve our programming, not only here but elsewhere in the world. And so, again, the safeguarding component of it is critically important, especially when we're talking about a lot of the protection work. Some of the grants that we support go to, gender-based violence and things like that, as well as our MHPSS work. So thank you for raising that, but safeguarding is an important component of the work, and I think should be streamlined in all areas of the work, whether it's relevant for protection or medicines and increasing access to medical services.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a microphone to the, yeah, okay, you've already have it, okay.
Hi, my name is Nazik. I'm with Project Hope, and I'm based here in Poland. We have a huge team inside Ukraine that is working very closely with the Ministry of Health. But I wanted to talk about coordination here. So we have huge coordination bodies inside of Ukraine. OCHA is one of them, and their mission is the coordination of humanitarian assistance within the country. We have the WHO, who works directly with the Ministry of Health and coordinates all the medical needs in the country. So just for all of you to know, and I'm sure some of you here know, that coordination is key. And like the representative of the minister is saying, they have a website that is actually very good and it provides a lot of information. So yes, go to that. Our team is coordinating very closely with the Ministry of Health and with also hospitals. So whenever we do medical donations, we do a lot of medical donations, medical trainings, training of nurses, social workers. So most of that is coordinated through the Ministry of Health. Another point that I want to bring up, they talked about the need for blankets this season. So I was like really scared when you said that because I don't want people to go collecting blankets and ship them to Ukraine. Coordination is key. Most of the time, I highly advocate for by donating money to the organization. Don't send stuff. Always donate to the organization that is working on that particular commodity and let them ship it in a professional way because they will coordinate with organizations inside Ukraine that can distribute these items. We don't want a pile of stuff sitting somewhere right now. So just wanted to make that point about the blankets and other stuff. Thank you.
Okay, there was like a woman at the back. Okay, this belongs, yeah.
Thank you. Blandine Bruyère, International Medical Corp. I'm working in the mental health and psychosocial support sector. I have actually two questions, but maybe we can discuss about psychotropics needs in the different hospital and area. But I wanted to react to what you were saying, stop doing the same thing. And immediately I thought, yes, we all want to stop doing the same thing. The issue is that we need to advocate again and again to our donors because they want us to provide the exact same services everywhere. So this is also an issue that we need, again, to discuss and to coordinate. It's not only how INGOs, cluster, government are coordinating at the local level or national level, it's also how we push our donor to coordinate between them which one is going to fund what and where. Because when we are 2-3 NGOs receiving the money from the same donor, asking us to do the same thing in the same area, of course at the end we will do the same again and again and again. So I'm really inviting all the responsible, the head of, to discuss with their donor and to push for this. Just my reaction. Thank you.
Okay, very last question.
Good morning. My name is Mariana Zawiska. I am from the Collective Leadership Institute, a German-based organization. We are not engaged into humanitarian aid, but we are professionally doing services for building multi-stakeholder collaborations. And in 2017, we were engaged into working with the healthcare decentralization reform in Ukraine, with the champions of the healthcare decentralization reform on local level. And I guess my question will go to Alexei, but also to other panelists if you have any ideas. In terms of supporting local communities in a long run, and we know that local communities all over Ukraine are overburdened in terms of services they need to provide to internally displaced people, local community members who are all affected by the war in different sense. So in terms of topics or directions that should be supported on the community level in a long run, what you can envision right now? Definitely there will be mental health support, but maybe some other topics in the healthcare system on the community level that could be supported in the long run.
I think, yeah, very briefly, we are limited by time.
Oh, we have... We have less than 1 minute, so my quick reflection. Because local community are the owners of their healthcare facilities, and it's important now to develop on them long-term care, rehabilitation, and mental health. All 3 blocks are lacking across Ukraine, so if you have quick reflection, you can focus on these 3 topics, and it will be very important for local communities.
Okay, thank you for all your questions. We don't have more time to answer all the questions, but I think we answer the most urgent one. Okay, thank you for your knowledge. Thank you for the answers. I hope we answer some questions that people were interested how to help you, how to coordinate that help wisely, and how to just secure basic even health system in Ukraine. Once again, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you here, and hopefully we will see you in a better time next time. Thank you. Okay.
I'm thinking about my life, about my desires, taking me away somewhere I wanna be. Without you, I'm learning how to breathe, but it's
Oh my gosh, it's 12 noon and I'm up late again. Jumped out of bed, this ain't a usual day. Today I'm heading to town, I got some things on my list, but the most important thing I need to mark is a kiss. Cause when midnight rings, I won't be letting you leave. I said to myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms, I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I'd really love to have you around. And maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bell sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Got the table set so you don't have to do a thing. I put the tinsel and the stockings up ready for the morning. Took the tree out the closet, couldn't find the star, but since you're here, I wouldn't mind your heart. I'm feeling festive, cheers, let's bless this occasion. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you around. Maybe I could make you Santa's wife. Hear the jingle bell sound. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms? I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you around. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bell sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Ooh, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down.
I guess we're both a little crazy. I guess we're both a little shy. But the first day I met you, I knew my life was on the line. Don't ask me what you know is true. You picked me up when I was down and blue. So blue. Now baby, tell me it's a sign, or am I tripping out my mind? You can feel it too, right? All the stars just align. The sun go down before I find my I changed my mind like the weather. Always looked for something better. Never satisfied with what I have. Can't handle all that pressure. Yeah, I looked so good and green. Always stuck in my routine. Yeah. Now please, don't ask me what you know is true. The only reason I came through is you. Only you. You got me breaking all the rules just because I gotta have you back. Your time is something that I need to have, something I can't understand. Let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out. Don't let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out.
share some joy with other people, to feel the love then send my way. You know that's not right, to run away and hide, to act like I'm right alone, like I don't need you anymore. I'm learning how to live in a world that is asleep. Don't wanna feel that I'm the reason for hard emotion every season. I want to feel your love in the dark is falling down. I'm not afraid to tell the truth, so know that the reason is you. The reason is the day when the morning light will say that I'm still alive. I will pray for the day when you say that I'm on your only love, that I am your I'm thinking of my life, proud of my desires, taking me away to somewhere I'd rather be.
Oh my gosh, it's 12 noon and I'm up late again. Jumped out of bed, this ain't a usual day. Today I'm heading to town. I got some things on my list, but the most important thing I need to mark is a kiss. Cause when midnight rings, I won't be letting you leave. I said to myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms? I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I'd really love to have you around. And maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bell sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Got the table set so you don't have to do a thing. I put the tinsel and the stockings up ready for the morning. Took the tree out the closet, couldn't find the star. But since you're here, I wouldn't mind your heart. I'm feeling festive, cheers. Let's bless this occasion. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you around. Maybe I could make you Santa's wife. Hear the jingle bell sound. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms? I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you around. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bell sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Ooh, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down.
I guess we're both a little crazy. I guess we're both a little shy. But the first day I met you, I knew my life was on the line. Don't ask me what you know is true. You picked me up when I was down and blue. So now, baby, tell me it's a sign, or am I tripping out my mind? You can feel it too, right? All the stars just align. The sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out. I changed my mind like the weather. Always looked for something better. Never satisfied with what I have. Can't handle all that pressure. Yeah, I looked so good and green. Always stuck in my routine. Yeah. Now please, don't ask me what you know is true. The only reason I came through is you. Only you. You got me breaking all the rules just because I gotta have you back. Your time is something that I need to have, something I can't understand. Let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out. Don't let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out.
but it seems to go so slow, and my life is growing colder. I'm learning how to live in a world that is asleep. Don't wanna feel that I'm the reason for hard emotion every season. I wanna feel your love in the darkness falling down. I'm not afraid to tell the truth, so know that the reason is you. I don't wanna say that I can find a way to share some joy with other people, to feel the love then send my way. You know that's not right, to run away and hide, to act like I'm not right along, like I don't need you anymore. I'm learning how to live in a world that is asleep. Don't wanna feel that I'm the reason for hard emotion every season. I want to feel your love in the dark is falling down. I'm not afraid to tell the truth, so know that the reason is you. The reason is the day when the morning light will say that I'm still alive. I will pray for the day where you say that I'm not your only love, that I am your I'm thinking of my life, proud of my desires, taking me away to somewhere I'd rather be.
Hello, everybody. We are going to start our panel, so I encourage you to take your seats and prepare your headphones in case you need the translation from one of the languages we will use during this panel. It's Ukrainian, English, and Polish. Of course, it's always a challenge to have a panel discussion on the third day after the lunch, but I hope you are interested enough to listen to ideas of our panelists, of our guests from different countries. And I am going to introduce our guests, and I want to start from our host, from the mayor of Rzeszów, Konrad Fiolek. I will switch for a while into Polish. Panie prezydencie, ja szczególnie chcę podziękować panu w imieniu
Mayor of Rzeszów, on behalf of all Ukrainians and residents of Lviv, because I represent them, an advisor to the mayor of Lviv. I want to thank you so much, sir, for all you have done for the Ukrainians. And the title of the city, the relief bringer, the city, the rescuer. It is a real and true rescue of millions of people.
Speech to the mayor of Rzeszów, and I wanted to introduce, I will introduce other speakers and I will give you then the voice. So our other guest is Andrej Horvat, the Deputy Director of the ULEAD with Europe program, Council of European Municipalities and Regions. So please give some applause, and also applauses to the mayor of Rzeszów. Jana Brovdi, advisor on international partnerships, Council of European Municipalities and Regions. Applauses. Magnus Lilleström, senior advisor to the International Development Projects and Swedish Association of Local Authorities and Regions, please, applauses. Olena Ovcharenko, team leader in municipal partnerships with Ukraine Engagement Global organization, please, applauses. Daria Goncharova, policy advisor, Committee of Regions, Ukraine Working Group within European Committee of the Regions. And Natalia Holchenkova, member of the Chernihiv City Council from Ukraine. Yeah, thank you very much. And I wanted to ask our panelists to start from short impressions on how those 9 months already, 9 months after the Russian full-scale invasions began, what were the strongest impressions in the areas where you had some experience, some partnerships, some observations on what's going on in Ukraine, especially if you have had those experiences with Ukrainian municipalities? And I know that Rzeszów had several sister cities in Ukraine, and you had many contacts and projects with Ukrainian partners. So what was your strongest impressions, maybe some emotional experience when you had to deal with your partners in such circumstances? Mr. Fiolek.
Szanowni nasi goście, szanowni państwo, rzeczywiście, jak pan wspomniał, tytuł miasta ratownika jest
mentioned, sir, the title of City the Rescuer, well, it is a very important title, and it reflects the effort, joint effort of all our residents in Poland, or people in Poland, and this is confirmation of this unprecedented historical process. We are very proud to be the holder of the title. We proudly exhibit the diploma and the confirmation of the title at the town hall in Rzeszów, but it is thanks to our residents, because it was them who were offering this help. It wouldn't be possible without it. The state structure, local governmental structures would not be able to withstand it and to provide a sufficient assistance. People were offering their homes, opening their homes to the refugees. So far, in refugee crises, we could see refugee camps or refugee centers, and only later on the refugees would be distributed across the countries. And here, our role was only to support while refugees were distributed among private persons. So our role was to offer temporary shelter. Our role was to collect this humanitarian aid. We served as the transition or logistic handling point for humanitarian aid. We were receiving mass media, diplomats from all around the world, and we're telling them, we were referring them to these people and telling them about the atrocities and about the dramas that we had here, and we were asking them to take the message about the war to the world. So this airport here, the military assistance, we're here at the airport, the fact that we have army stationed here, well, this is how it is reflected. This is how it manifests itself. We can support the Ukrainian nation also this way. So this is a symbol, and this title, the rescuer, is also a symbol. The way we understand it is that throughout the 9 months, as we said, the Ukrainian nation is fighting and paying the highest price for its freedom. But then we appreciate this solidarity in the broadest sense of the word, all those who love freedom, who love humankind, who love brotherhood, where they can see that we have that solidarity. The key thing is to have this common platform. Then we have this manifestation of the solidarity. Here's the focal point of the solidarity. So we have this humanitarian manifestation of that. So this is the start. As I was saying at the opening of this conference, so this is only the start of how all that will spill over the world. So this tyrant is doomed to lose, and all these nations under in the power of the tyrant, they can believe and have faith in their victory, because their victory is based on these human values, humanitarian values. This is the message that we have from this hard work of those who fight, who are real, true heroes. Thank you, sir. And I believe that the shared experience among Rzeszów and its partner cities, municipalities, will boost collaboration and will carry us over to a less difficult time.
Andrei and Jana, we know that Andrei have to leave a little bit earlier because of the flight. Even we have the mayor of Rzeszów on our panel, but we cannot reschedule the flight in the airport, which is next to our Congress Center. So Andrei, please tell about your experience during these months of struggle and battle for independence in Ukraine. You had also many contacts and projects in Ukraine before.
Thank you very much, and really congratulations for organizing this excellent event, and to take the opportunity also to Ukrainian mayors to come here and to take opportunity to us to meet with the people we were working together in Ukraine before the war. You see, you're asking about the emotions and what is the important. I mean, I'm coming from Slovenia, and we had very intense cooperation between the establishing partnerships already before the war. And we had a group of Slovenian mayors in September last year in Kiev. And you can imagine that when the war started in March, you know, the mayors, they were really active. The Slovenian mayors were very active to say, okay, Andrej, what we can do, what you lead with Europe can help us, and so on. And then we organized, improvised, really first trucks of the aid that crossed the Romanian border. And on the Ukrainian side of the Romanian border, we had one of our colleagues who was waiting for his truck. Because you know the story with the papers, I must not tell you all these things. So it was very much guerrilla partisan approach in the beginning. But you see, the mayors from Slovenia, they wanted to deliver and they wanted to do something. And then our colleague Zhenya, he was standing on the other side of the border. And when he said that there is a problem with the custody, with the police, he was screaming, guys, this is my truck. Let them through, let them pass. So you see, these are really important things that everything is possible when the people want.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and we will also speak in the second part of our panel, so I hope you will have some time about our plans and strategies, how to develop those contacts. Jana, please, your thoughts and impressions.
Дякую. Доброго дня всім. Ще раз дуже дякую за запрошення, за організацію дійсно чудового заходу. Було приємно познайомитися.
I thank you so much for your invitation, for organizing this event. It is a great pleasure to meet so many Ukrainian local government activists. Actually, I don't think I have a specific case in mind here. But when it comes to examples, case stories of successful collaboration and partnership, I would say there are many. I remember that event dating back a few days ago. So it was about Ukrainian military. There was this NGO in one of the Ukrainian cities, the Bridge of Trust, and on that day, that city decided to send out 7 power generators. And we all understand very well, we are very well aware how important that assistance is. On top of that, they were also dispatching some special lighting for trenches, and it was important, as we had, to support the defenders, the heroic Ukrainian army, and aid coordinators. For me, that was the best example of such support, and didn't happen for the first time, and it's definitely not the last time. We can see a lot of that in so many countries.
Came to us from Chernihiv, the city which experienced very tough times, especially in the beginning of this invasion. The city was almost encircled, and definitely you have your own memories and thoughts, what was the most important and what kind of partnerships and contacts helped you to survive, and to win at least this battle of the war, because it was very important how the community of Chernihiv behaved in this moment and resisted.
Dear friends, dear partners, dear speakers, it's a great honor for me to represent the city of Chernihiv. It is in the north of Ukraine, and it is on the border with Russia and Belarus. It is about 60 kilometers, and from the first day, even from the first minute, Chernihiv was keeping the main and very hard blow. It kept the main defense to the way to Kyiv. It was like a shield. It was not occupied due to bravery and resilience of our armed force and our residents, but it was in blockade. And about 3 weeks, it was without water, without partially gas, without heating, without medicine. And about 40 days, it was severely shelled from all kinds of weapons, missiles, rockets, air bombing. And of course, it was was very hardly damaged and ruined. But I should speak about the resilience of our residents who resist in all those hard times, who unite each other. And in these hard times, it was very important to understand that we have support. And when we are speaking about municipal partnership, it is support not only in words, it is support in actions. And now I'd like to express, we have several partnerships, but I would like to express our sincere gratitude from behalf of our Chernihiv community and from behalf of Chernihiv Mayor Vladislav Atroshenko, who was going to take part in this panel but couldn't come because of hard current situation in the city. I would like to express the words, our sincere gratitude to our partner, Twin City, Rzeszów, and it's very symbolic that today Rzeszów and Chernihiv are participants of this panel. You know, we have a rather young partnership, but we appreciate that it was established not in peacetime, when we could be strong and equal partners, but in those hard times when we really need help, we really need assistance, and it was very firm and quick decision with no all official procedures. Just we contact very quickly, and thank you from all our residents, to residents of Rzeszów, and personally to the president of Rzeszów, Konrad Fiolik, for such partnership, fruitful and perspective. Thank you for all kinds of directions. We appreciate it, especially now in our hard times.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Natalia. So Chernihiv is the newest partner of Rzeszów in Ukraine, because before there was Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, yes, and maybe some other cities. And Truskavets. Okay, so you have many partners already in Ukraine. Daria, I would like to ask you how in Brussels you... No? Can you? What was the impressions in your surrounding there where you're working? You have many contacts and many partners as well in Ukraine.
So I've been working in the Committee of the Regions since 2016, and all this time on Ukraine. So my job was fairly calm. Our members were advising Ukrainian partners on the decentralization reform and supporting them a little bit with their own examples. Many Polish members had interesting examples to share about the decentralization reform years ago here too. But since February, it all changed, of course, and we all work in emergency mode. And one of the examples that it was one first strong impression of what's actually happening. We were about to launch a small project of peer-to-peer cooperation with the 5 integrity cities in Ukraine. It is an initiative under an EU program, EU anti-corruption initiative in Ukraine. So they do have these 5 cities that subscribed to a memorandum, pledging to make the administrations more transparent. And they did have advisors on that, etc. So these cities are Zhytomyr, Nikopol, Chervonograd, Chernivtsi, and Mariupol. And the project was prepared, and we had the 5 partners on the other side from the side of the EU, and it had to be launched in spring. So we had the meeting on 23rd of February, on Wednesday, I remember it now. And we were discussing what are the risks, what if something happens, and nobody, and also the Ukrainian team working in Kiev, nobody could really imagine that what happened will happen. So they were saying, especially our colleagues in Mariupol and generally people there are confident that there is quite a lot of army and they feel safe. And of course, as of next day, it all exploded, and the whole program was also repurposed for the year to just send humanitarian aid. And also the Ukrainian colleague, he worked from Gostomel, and we haven't heard from him for 2 days, but then he let us know that he relocated himself and his family, and it was okay for him. So this was my first impression of how things change overnight. But also on the positive side, I was deeply, deeply impressed how resilient our Ukrainian partners were, and how they reached out and fought, and they still are. And this is my, lifelong impression of this extraordinary dynamics and the will to live. And I think it's our moral duty and life purpose to support them with everything we can.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Daria. Olena, your organization, your initiative helped to establish many partnerships between Ukrainian and German municipalities. And I personally know some examples when German partners were the first who came with help to Ukrainian communities, to their partners in the first days after the invasion. And how do you observe this? What were the best examples, in your opinion, of such cooperation between existing partnerships between Ukrainian and German municipalities, and how they improved after that and developed?
Ну, фактично з лютого місяця це як почала писати зовсім нова історія проєкту, і мій досвід такий, що
I guess that's, yes, a new history of my project. So the history was rewritten, let me put it like that. So there were always many challenges for municipalities, but new challenges came up, and we as heads of communities, of communes, of municipalities, after the 24th of February, these were like frontline challenges, both in Ukraine and in Germany, because municipalities themselves started to solve problems. If you want examples, even today, I am lucky because I can work in this project, I can present this project here to you. So actually, the history is rewritten every day and is being written every day as well. There are so many initiatives and activities which are happening in Hromadas, which is local communities. I remember October conference, we met a mayor of Drohobych who said they received 40,000 of like migrants within Ukraine who were relocated. So obviously they had to bake more bread. They had to take care of people with disabilities. They had to admit people to hospitals, but they started to relocate people from the east. But also they started to do it with farms, so animals, farm stock. They had to treat these animals sometimes. There was a horse which was evacuated to Germany within the partnership of cities, and on the way, the whole network of mayors or heads of communes and municipalities received these people on the way. As for the German mayors, after the 24th of February, we started to receive a tremendous wave of phone calls, questions, queries, and since February, this network grew by more than 40 new partnerships, and 60 applications are still in the pipeline. So it will be 206 partnerships or Hromadas in our partnership. So it is a great growth. I know heads of German municipalities, sometimes they get into the private cars, drove near the border, they came with humanitarian aid, and they took back women with families back to Germany. I'm very emotional to that because it's close to my heart.
Happy to work in one project, one of the projects within the activities of Salar International, and we were ready to start a big project on strategy developments in Ukrainian communities, and this project had to be launched in March, I guess, and we were preparing to them, choosing Ukrainian communities because it was a big contest. many applications, and we were ready to start the development of the strategies. Then, 24th of February, and I remember our first Zoom meeting, and we were asking our Swedish colleagues, okay, of course we know what we have to do in the city, but what we have to do in our project, and you and your colleagues told us, then you know better what you have to do, what you have to do now. Please just do what you need to do. Thank you very much for this understanding, and yeah, your impressions and your memories on this.
Thank you, dear Ostap, dear friends. Our association back in 2014 took the initiative to formulate projects in support of the decentralization reform in Ukraine. And we have been working on that since then. When the renewed aggression from Russia started in February, we had more than 30 colleagues in Ukraine. And we knew that you would continue to do what was best. But we also got immediately the news of the role of the local governments, of the mayors that stood in the first line in defense. And I see some of those heroes here today. It's really good to see you. We also very quickly received news that also the Russian aggressors understood the importance of local governments and started to persecute, trying to hunt down mayors and municipal staff. And of course, that was very worrying news for us. But what has impressed most during all these months, and what is now thoroughly recognized internationally, is the enormous importance that the decentralization process have had on the resilience and resistance of Ukraine as a nation. The fact that we have in Ukraine strong local governments with the trust of the population, with mandates and resources, have meant that, of course, the resistance has been much stronger, but also that we, in Sweden and in other countries, have really much to learn at the local level, how to deal with something that could not be foreseen, how to deal and act in a crisis situation. And when this terrible war is over, when Ukraine is safe within its internationally recognized borders, we hope to learn a lot about that from our partners. At the same time, I will also stress that what has impressed me just as much is the enormous capacity of the armed forces of Ukraine at the strategic level, at the operational level, at the tactical level, at the level of using and inventing new weapons, new techniques in the resistance to the aggressor. And there it's equally clear that the world will learn a lot from Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for mentioning the armed forces of Ukraine, because many participants from Ukraine are here only thanks to their bravery and their struggle. So let's give some applauses to armed forces of Ukraine. Also, thank you. Also, Magnus, thank you. You mentioned Ukrainian mayors here. In this conference, we have over 30 mayors of Ukrainian communities. They came here to find new partners, find new friends among international organizations and among Polish and other international communities. So if you are interested in meeting some mayors, some of them are in this audience, some in others, you can come to the stand with the name Meet Brave Ukrainian Communities, and there are some opportunities to find new friends and new partners. Mr. Mayor, I wanted to continue our discussion coming a little bit closer to the main topic, the role of municipal partnerships in the recovery of Ukraine. This is, of course, this is important now, this urgent needs and quick help to Ukrainian communities. But we hope the victory will come faster than we expect, as always, and the question of the recovery, of the reconstruction will become more important than battles and the war. And how do you see that the municipal partnerships could help, and what, especially you as the mayor, what could be the interest for you to participate in such a process? Yeah, not only your friends in Ukraine, your partners, your emotions, but how the process should be organized for the city mayors, for the communities in European Union to be interested in participation.
Tak, Szanowni Państwo, nim odpowiem jeszcze o tym,
before I answer your question about what will happen next and what we can suggest for the future, let me mention one more important thing in the context of what was said by other speakers today. Like our Chernihiv friends, as it's been said, we had 4 partner cities before the war: Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Lutsk, and Truskavets. But very fast did we understand that we need to set up relations with Chernihiv, Ochtyrka. So these are the cities which were defending themselves, and they defended themselves against the invasion, but they are close to Russian border or Belarusian border, and we need to have partnerships over there and relations as well. We need to build various bridges of help very soon, so we did not hesitate for a single moment. And when we came up with this idea to set up this partnership with Chernihiv, we did it very fast. And today I hope we can continue this partnership in various fields, in various ways. We expected that after so many months, we'll be able to think about reconstruction of Ukraine, and not necessarily about the support during the war, but Russian aggressor is unpredictable, so the war is still waged. It is still cruel, and the Ukrainians are still losing their lives despite of that. So I'm afraid we are going to talk about help during wartime as well. But there are so many initiatives that you have mentioned, and we have to organize them very well, because at the very beginning there was a lot of spontaneous activities. Friends from Slovenia, from Romania, friends on the Polish border, conversations online with our Ukrainian friends who will go to the border when we are going to bring something, they are going to take it over on the Ukrainian side. There were no humanitarian corridors back then, and we were trying to do that, and it actually worked. There were fantastic initiatives that you have mentioned, like German cities, French cities, many other cities which organized themselves, that sent assistance, and we were trying to help in that, and actually it is an ongoing process. But these are hundreds and tens of initiatives of bringing help and organizing assistance. Perhaps now we should do it in a better organized way. So we should have like one database of initiatives, ideas, projects, and very soon perhaps we can have also recovery projects and reconstruction projects for Ukraine. We should exchange information there. We should make these connections and partnerships. Here it is possible because we have more than 30 representatives of Ukrainian municipalities, and there are also representatives of EU institutions, so you can set up relations, start partnerships, so we should know who has done what, who helped whom, and where assistance is needed, or perhaps we should join forces of several cities to do a certain thing together. Generators for Ukraine can be bought, well, they should be simply big and powerful. If you can't do it on your own, you should join forces with others and buy a single big generator together and send it where it is needed. Very soon there will be a project of rebuilding the heating system in Chernihiv, maybe in Sumy, maybe in Kiev. And that's the point. There is a platform for exchange of information. Maybe The European Commission should do that, the Committee of Regions, in cooperation with EU cities, perhaps. Someone should start that, and then it should be developed. We are ready. In Rzeszów, we have the biggest IT company in Poland. We should start and try doing that. But I think that's the right direction. That's my conviction, my belief after the 9 months, that if it is organized in a better way, if we have a single database, it will mean it is a more efficient help, it is a better targeted help, and then recovery projects. Let me add one more thing to that, one more idea, how to go about that. Rzeszów and the forum, Well for Ukraine, can become the place of an annual meetings like that, maybe more frequent meetings like that at various levels, more political levels, more practical levels, and it might be the destination or the location, the venue of meetings for various organizations. Maybe I'm too pushy here, but I have an idea. We can meet this challenge, we can undertake this challenge. Rzeszów with governments of states and EU, Ukraine, business people. We can talk to Elon Musk to become our patron, and we can continue our dialogue here. Thank you.
Andrei and Diana, yeah, you have this very beautiful experience in helping Ukrainian communities to establish partnerships and helping them. I know you have the presentation, so we have, yeah, so there is a, yeah, great.
So thank you very much. I will hurry because even if I'll be late for the plane, it is worth for this cause, let's say so. Yes, Bridges of Trust is the title of the program that we are developing already we are developing this already before the war, and now with the war, it became a little bit different, of course, but even more important. So it is establishing partnerships between municipalities of the EU member states and the Ukrainian. And it was said today already that we have 30, 40, 50 mayors here that were that were here on Wednesday. We need also 30, 40 mayors from European member states here, and I know that you're planning such events, and you're planning such events in other European member states, and that's very important, you know. I mean, what is our experience? Next slide, please. I'm coming from the You Lead with Europe program, and you see we have 24 regional offices, 180 people employed, and we are supporting decentralization reform in Ukraine already since 2016. The Swedes were first, the Europe came the second, so that's very important. But it is important that really, as Magnus said today, that elections in 2020 made new mayors, new people came on power, not only mayors, also the councillors, new energy, and it is really bottom-up approach, what the European Union is praising and preaching about everywhere, but not always following this approach. In this case, in Ukraine, really, this approach was followed and supported also big time by European Union. So it's a European Union with the 6 member states that are involved here. You can see here it's Germany, Sweden, Estonia, Poland, Denmark, and last but not least, Slovenia. Next slide, please. What I would like to show you under the next slide is what we are doing, and we are doing this together with the Committee of the Regions. We are doing this with our international partners, European Alliance for, if you want, local self-governance. So to put into the recovery process, in the rebuilding process, in the ongoing process that is going now, to put municipalities as one of the key actors. Not just the national level, not just the regional level, but the local level where all this reconstruction, investment, people-to-people approach should take place. So that's important. So we are very much advising our Ukrainian national level friends not to destroy the achievements that were built up in the last 10 years, I would even say, in Ukraine on the local self-government. Next slide, please. Yes. So, with my colleague Jana, coming from the Council of European Regions and Municipalities, we prepared this presentation also together, and Jana will give some very concrete examples of the success. Unfortunately, I would need to leave, and just to tell you, within the Bridges of Trust, we are currently working with the 12 EU member states and more than 50 municipalities on the EU member state side. So the approach is really drank nach Westen, not anymore drank nach Osten. So we are trying to involve also countries like Italy, like France, like Spain, like Portugal to participate. There are two very important, I would say, methods that we believe that are needed now and that are functioning. One is exchange of people, so organizing internships. Here we will go and work together with the Polish Solidarity Fund. And it's a very good story that people from Ukraine municipalities that are developing projects, that have not just ideas, but also willingness, that they are spending a time in the EU member state municipality for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 months, learning, getting the experience, working on the concrete project, and then coming back and trying to implement something. So I believe that this exchange is the most important. We are working big time on that. So what is also our experience working with the EU member state municipalities? They are not interested just on the exchange. We are forbidding the word tourism in our vocabulary when we are dealing with the Ukraine. In the country of war, we cannot speak about tourism. We can speak about culture, sport, and so on. Tourism is future, and we should focus and we should open the eyes of our partners in the West. This is not just a twinning, exchange, good food, good drinks, nice clothes, Vyshyvanka, and that's it. No, we need really to support these municipalities. And we need such municipalities that are willing to do this. And then we are happy as a EU lead, as a community, international community, to dedicate time, money, and all the energy for doing this. So therefore, project-based approach. Project-based approach, as Mayor of Rzeszów said, next step is the projects. Projects are already now. Why to communicate? Why to discuss about good food? Yes, important. But let's discuss about projects, how we can do something together. And then, of course, on the higher levels, we believe that on the EU level, there will be also funds for the common activities. And really, I once again thank you very much. And I'm sure that we will win. And not Ukraine will win, we will win. Thank you.
Thank you, Andriy.
Дуже дякую за початок нашої спільної презентації.
Thank you so much for this first part of our joint presentation. I speak here on behalf of the Council of European Municipalities and Regions. This council is based in Brussels, so it is headquartered there, and the council brings together 60 associations for 40 European countries. And I would like to welcome the Association of the Ukrainian Cities. It is our member, as well as the Polish Union of Cities, the Union of the Polish Cities. Then we have also our colleagues from Norway, and we work together so well. We have excellent working experience. Last year, we were engaged in a program that was March last year. We launched a small pilot, and that was the first pilot which was dedicated to our organization, and we were focused on collaboration of municipalities with Ukrainian Horomadas. Earlier, we hadn't had such projects. We started working together under this Bridges of Trust initiative. We selected 5 Ukrainian Horomadas and then 5 European countries, Poland, Lithuania, Slovakia, and one more country, and that was to agree Slovakia, France, and Poland, and it was about range assistance to these horomadas up to 20,000 inhabitants. Experience shows that such small communities, society groups, they do not have any international experience, and they need the support from organizations like ours, like Association or Union of Local Government Organizations. So these first contacts were initiated as early as in the autumn, and we had these online contacts. We had these contacts between the Union of the Polish Cities and the Council of European Municipalities and Regions. We were supported in arranging new partnerships. With the Russian invasion, the first thing that we had to do was to support and provide assistance to our horomadas. I'm so happy that so many partners that took part in the Bridges of Trust responded without a delay by sending out humanitarian assistance to its partners. And then, later on, we succeeded in organizing some trips so that our people from the ground could thank their partners, could sign partnership agreements, etc., could exchange experiences. And I'm so happy that so many horomadas started collaborating in many projects, including some reconstruction projects. I think there was even a project that they wanted to deliver under the EU umbrella. In parallel, we organized a collaboration with the Polish Union of Cities, and we organized a solidarity forum with EU organizations from Slovakia and France to energize our partners. We wanted to have that way, so that was serious consideration and approach was required there. If there's a need, we can add to that and build on that. Now we're moving on to the second stage of the Bridges of Trust project. We'll have 30 horomadas from Ukraine and about 10, and the same number from about 10 EU countries. We haven't determined their number yet, but at this point in time, we already have this approach in place where we try and organize small horomadas up to 50,000 people. And then next year we'll be also supporting small partnerships, and we'll be organizing joint projects so that we can have financing from the EU, and we can also raise financing, organize financing in some specific countries. We're very busy, and the more organizations we engage, the better. I can see that we have so many people here from so many organizations. According to the latest research, 50% of Ukrainian horomadas, they have no experience whatsoever in such international work, even after this full-scale war with Russian war. And I truly hope that over in few months or next year, this
Jana, thank you very much for this
number
very practical
of partnership
and
will grow
practical
significantly.
And I hope our communities would be interested to participate and use these instruments. And this is a good way to switch to, so to say, clients of such projects, the city of Chernihiv. From your perspective, because Mayor of Rzeszów also mentioned that the next challenge and what he feels is this need to organize the process, yeah, to organize the information. Is it how does it look from your perspective? Do you know about all the projects, all the program, and how to use them? And you are the big city, yeah? And we have smaller, and we have sometimes village communities, and they can learn something from you. So what is your experience, and what are your expectations from this process and the municipal participation? And one more question. Sometimes I hear from Ukrainian municipalities such a fear that this process of Ukrainian recovery will be too centralized, yeah, that everything will go through the government and through the capital, and then the information and everything else was to distribute it, so to say, to the local level. Do you have such fear, and what should we do together to avoid this risk to switch again to centralization, which we overcame during recent years?
Well, thank you for questions. It's rather urgent and crucial. As a representative of municipality, Chernihiv City Council, first of all, I should say that a municipal partnership is very important, and from our experience, that was our old partners, small communities, who were the first who called and contacted after all those terrible hostilities finished and asked, what can we do? How can we help? Of course, it was not large-scale help. It was humanitarian aid. It was financial support. But it was here and now and very quickly. It's very important. But I would like to thank such our old partnerships as Ogre, Latvia, Tarnobrzeg, Poland, Gradec Kralove, Czech, Memmingen, Germany. These are old partners who helped at once and very quickly, and we are very grateful. But now I would like to talk about more global things. When speaking about recovery, we all are striving for European future and for effective European integrity. And now when we are recovering and we rebuild something, we want to make it better than it was before. And we would like to implement all new technologies, innovating solutions in rebuilding and recovery. And I would like to have an example of the city of Chernihiv. Because of Russian hostilities, we have heavy damage of our heat and power plant and of our water enterprise, Vodokanal. Imagine, from 5 pipe stations of Vodokanal, it was 1 ruined and 3 ruined totally, and 3 of them were damaged. A lot of networks were damaged. So now when we are thinking about recovery and renovating of water supply system, of course, we are interested of implementing European high-tech solutions in all the spheres. And in this direction, we hope very much, and we have some negotiations with our new partners like Rzeszów. We also have new partnerships as Aachen, Germany, and Reims, France, and today we have some ideas and plans how cooperate with big cities in this way. And of course, it's very urgent and vital now. I also would like to give such an example, as we are thinking about comprehensive and general plan of recovery, and now we are working at the development of the strategy of recovery and development of the city of Chernihiv for 20 years ahead. And now we have today we have almost finished document, and we would like and we are ready to share it, because we understand that it is very important not to rebuild this building or that building alone or this school. We can see the whole picture, general picture of the recovery and our future. And in this direction, the partnership of European cities is very, very important and crucial. And one more thing about the role of municipalities in the fight. It is extremely important. Can you imagine what can you do when your city is At the same time, without water supply, without sewage supply, without heat, and partially without gas. Do you have any plan for it? No plan, no protocol, and it was about to local authorities to make decisions, and they had no time to think, to hesitate. They had to act now, here, because it was health and even lives of citizens at the stake. So today we also have a lot of practice of how to survive in such crises, and we also can share these methods and these ways how to act in such terrible and unimaginable from the first sight situations. As for the city of Chernihiv, it was up to local authorities to provide all conditions after all those active hostilities to provide all citizens with heat, water, educational system, and so on. Can you imagine that our city has 280,000 population before war, pre-war. In March, we have only 70,000 population. A lot of residents had to leave because it was a great risk for life. And in summer, in August, we have about 220,000 residents because a lot of them returned. Why? Because it was municipality, our Chernihiv City Council, who provided and managed to rebuild all multi-storied buildings with own capacity. It is about 800 multi-storied buildings were damaged, and 150 with direct heat. About 2,000 private houses were damaged. Many people lost their roof. About 80% of educational institutions were damaged. And it was the task of the mayor and of all our council to provide all residents with all supplies, with all accommodations, with all utilities. So our municipalities managed to do a great amount of job. And a lot of people believed and returned because they understand that it is a strong local authorities here in the city. Unfortunately, we have got new issues as with power outrages, and it's up to local authorities to provide with generators, all institutions and also business enterprises. So I would like to emphasize that it is very urgent to continue the reform of decentralizations because the local authority is close to residents, and local authorities make decisions here and now, not meeting with all those long meeting decisions, protocols, and so on. So I would like to thank that we all together should also work at this concrete moment, decentralization, and to strengthen our municipalities. It is also our common joint task. So unfortunately, we can't choose neighbor. We have a very crazy, unpredictable neighbor, but we can choose friends. And we are so lucky that we have so many friends, and we of course win together, only together. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Natalia. And congratulations on these efforts and results you achieved during this time, and the fact that people are returning to the city, which is still on the very risky zone. Yeah. It's very significant, and I want to confirm that according to several surveys I've seen that over 80% of Ukrainians, which are in different countries now in Europe mostly, they say they want to come back home, and so it's our common task to make the conditions for them to come into the safe and prepared communities. Mr. Mayor, you started this part, but maybe you want to add some information. I just wanted to add, because you mentioned about the potential role of Polish business in the recovery of Ukraine, and I want to confirm that Polish business is doing quite important job even right now, because, for example, in Lviv, where I come in from, the Polish firm was won a tender, a European tender. We are cooperating with the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, and there was a tender to build a waste recycling facility, and the Polish firm won this tender. And it took only 2 weeks after the invasion started for them to change the plans, to change the logistics, and continue their work. So this work is continuing in these conditions and under very difficult circumstances, and this is a good sign for other Polish businesses to be interested and to take this experience from their colleagues and to come in Ukraine during this recovery plan. So congratulations. Yeah, so if you want to add something to this part, and then we continue.
Ja chciałbym tylko dodać, że właśnie bardzo mi się podoba podejście społeczeństwa i miast ukraińskich,
of Ukrainian communities, Ukrainian cities who say we are not going to rebuild the country. We want to build a modern state, a modern country using state-of-the-art technologies. Various modern solutions. So that's the wisest thing out of this all-war tragedy. I'm not saying it is an opportunity, perhaps, because obviously the war is tragic, but now you can build Ukraine as a super modern country on the basis of cooperation, partnerships that we are discussing here. So this combination of ideas, experiences from business, perspectives from business, from other partners, we may come up with various joint business partnerships. And we can build the capital on the Ukrainian side as well. That's this super wise approach. That's amazing. So this wisdom and determination that the ladies have mentioned here, that, well, I guess in Kherson it was said beautifully, there is no water, there is no heat, there is no electricity, there is a scarcity of food, but there are no Russians. So a lot of determination plus wisdom and idea how to build this country anew, to take advantage of all the solutions which are available in the world. It must be successful. Thank you. We are going to take advantage of the experience of Rzeszów. I visited the city throughout many years, and it has been changing tremendously in a very positive way. Thank you very much. Let me add something to that, to add to the faith of Ukrainian cities. Till now, we were to the east of the Ukrainian Union, far away from Paris, Brussels, but the example of Rzeszów shows that you can take advantage of your development opportunities. You may create a city which is dynamically developing. Now we are going to be in the middle, in the center of the European Union, and all Ukrainian cities will have an example that you can do that. You can do things like that. You can develop hard work, determination. They have all of that. They need technologies. They need technological support from the EU, from the world. It will happen for them, and Rzeszów is a very, very good example to follow. Thank you.
When we discussed the topic of this panel, the role of municipal partnerships in Ukraine, in the recovery of Ukraine before, and I asked you what should be done to help to establish those partnerships and to develop them, and you answered me, Ostap, this is very simple. We need platforms and funds. So what should be done on this political level and on the level of European organizations to have those platforms and funds?
Thank you. You're absolutely right. This is my conclusion after years of work, and even more so during the very, intense year. We need a platform where people find each other, and we need funds. And then, to each of those strands of this coordinated approach, let's say, there are challenges as well. I mean, in this panel, there are amazing and excellent practitioners. This is who make the world move on and work. And maybe from my side, I will add a little bit of the meta level in a way to show what can be done on the EU level for coordination, let's say. So not very practically hands down on the ground, but institutionally. So What is the Committee of the Regions? I'll spend 15 seconds on that. It's an EU body, EU advisory body, and it gathers together 385 members who are all local politicians. For example, from Podkarpatsky region, there are 3 members. The president of the region, Mr. Ortil himself is, and also your colleague, president of the Rzeszów District Council, and the third one. So they all gather together 5-6 times per year and give advice to the European Commission. This institution doesn't have a lot of powers in foreign policy, in the EU foreign policy, it doesn't. But as I said, we all do much more than we're supposed to, and we will, and we'll do even more. So as the war started, of course, the Committee of the Regions and its members, because this is who we are. It's a conference of local politicians. Of course, we started thinking, what can we do more and how? And then we created a little, platform to coordinate humanitarian help. Then another one for cities to support each other in supporting Ukrainian refugees, because some of the cities were really overflown. And then, as of April, as the topic of recovery, of immediate recovery and future reconstruction appeared, it was a call from the Ukrainian side themselves. We were thinking what we can do in that area to coordinate a little bit, because CMR has a huge network and they were doing a lot of things. Also, other EU associations such as Eurocities, Association of European Regions, they were doing mobilizing their members as well. And in the same way, from the Ukrainian side, there was a lot of demand. So we proposed and thought to do what we are normally best at, to coordinate, to offer a platform where all our partners, and those are all EU associations of different levels of governance, and all Ukrainian associations could come together and coordinate the approach a little bit. So that's one thing. This is how the European Alliance of Cities and Regions for the Reconstruction of Ukraine was created. It was launched in June. It's a network, it's an alliance, it doesn't have a budget or anything, but it's a goodwill of everyone coming together and coordinating. Another purpose or strand of this alliance is that we as an institution have a little bit of an added, well, not added value, but something more than associations would normally have, and that is we can speak to the European Commission directly, and then, well, how much they listen to us is another question, but normally they do. I mean, especially now in this difficult situation, we really talk openly and closely. You may know that the European Commission will launch Ukraine Reconstruction Platform. It's a platform where they should channel donors' contributions from the member states, from the banks, both in form of loans and grants, and where this alliance that I mentioned will have an advisory role. So what is important from our point of view is to have this one voice that really, all municipalities can subscribe to, all regions can subscribe to, and all little villages and big cities and everyone. And basically those messages are just several. It's we need funds, ideally grants, and ideally directly accessible to local authorities that would be used not only for physical rebuilding, I mean, this is a priority, of course, and this will be done, but also for partnerships, just to, to support the possibility to build partnerships, to implement projects together, and to do simply capacity building. We all agree here we need capacity building in various formats in Ukraine, and they know it themselves as well. Second, we must not forget decentralization, and we must keep the successes obtained afloat despite the war and despite the tendency towards centralization that understandably exists now. And thirdly, we must not forget the overall principles of build back better, of green reconstruction, of sustainable reconstruction. Not to forget, rebuilding in a coherent way, and not to forget cohesion. Because some more active municipalities could cut the line and the others would be forgotten. This would not be fair. So we really need to pay attention to those things and to help Ukraine like that. So this was about the lines, and I'm happy to answer your questions further on, not to take more of your time.
Thank you. And I have to say that some of the things you mentioned are already happened here during this forum, because there are two Ukrainian associations and there are also two Polish associations, the Association of Polish Metropolis, the big cities, and Association of Polish Cities. And there are some agreements, even unofficial at the moment, about future steps, how to coordinate activities in promoting partnerships. These agreements were made here during this, thanks to the organizers, that they put together people from different associations and gave them the opportunity to make some talks and plans. So thank you, Mayor, again for this event, and thank you, Daria, for these very practical things which had to be done to protect this idea on big political level. Thank you very much. And coordinate us, and we will do with our things what we can. Thank you. Olena, yes, so you have done already very much for Ukrainian and German partnerships. What should we expect? What new projects, new instruments? We heard from German officials who visited Ukraine and Lviv during last months that this idea of partnerships will be supported, will be promoted in the future, and we see already, again, from my perspective, from Lviv, we see already some results from our partner city, Freiburg. We have already some very concrete steps proposed by them, thanks to the governmental support of the idea of partnerships. Yeah? How do you see this perspective and the future?
Дякую, Остапе. Перед тим, як крок назад трошки відступлю, я хочу подякувати всім, хто прийшов на сьогоднішню дискусію. Я сподіваюся, ви ще не спите.
I'd like to say thank you to everyone approaching us here, and I'd like to thank everyone in the audience. I hope you are not asleep yet, so I will try to be very brief. We started this project back in 2016. First, we suggested to our municipalities that we will provide them with various kinds of support, also funds, individual support. It was all before the war, actually, and it allowed to strengthen the whole network. And then communities started to use it in a very active way. If we talk about German-Ukrainian projects, then it is not a virtual reality. These are real practical projects which are happening in Ukraine. You have mentioned the project from Freiburg, with Freiburg. We also had projects about water supplies, more than 80 projects like that. So they have been implemented. What happened after the war broke out? These communities started to cooperate even more closely. And now we have 75 projects which are being implemented, and we receive generators, we have shelters, we have food products, and many other things. My observations? Well, I can see that there is like accumulation of certain resources in Germany. For example, the Ministry of Development allocates certain resources, but the society and various communities collect various funds and things in kind And they do really a lot. What is new then? Well, we have launched a new initiative. It is called Partnerships in Solidarity. Why? Because beforehand, and even now, we've been receiving many questions, many inquiries from the German partners, whether they can help, and they suggest financial support to us. And we have various examples when they create, like, well, simply various communities, various institutions join forces and they support Ukraine jointly. Very soon, in several weeks, they are going to sign a tripartite agreement to provide Ukraine with, to support Ukraine, because we receive plenty of questions about cooperation and North Westphalen, the latest news recently, and it is the land, well, that's a confidential information, so to say, but this land is signing an agreement with Dnipropetrovsk. It will be another step, another very specific partnership on a local level. So here we can see various actions when people join forces and basically it very often starts with communities, but then it is on a broader level.
Would like to encourage you to think about the questions. We'll still have several minutes to questions to our participants, and yeah. After Magnus, we'll tell you. Magnus, yeah, I wanted to ask you, because you had probably you had a Swedish association, and as a Sweden, you had this experience in supporting countries, your neighboring countries, during this process of a European Union membership process, yeah, on the local level. I mean, Baltic states and probably also Poland, yeah. If you have some successful cases, and how can we use this experience in our case, in the case of Ukrainian recovery? Yeah.
Thank you, Ostap. To answer your question, I will take you all on a time travel back to the 30th of November 1939, when the Soviet Union attacked our neighbor Finland. My father was then, had just turned 19, and he was Swedish, but he grew up in Helsinki. So on the very first day, he volunteered to support Finland's resistance to the Russian aggression of that time. Only 7 months later, our other neighbors were invaded by Nazi Germany. Norway and Denmark became occupied during the war. But in 1945, with peace, something called the Nordic Association was formed, and it had as its goal to create precisely partnerships, four-party partnerships between cities, towns in the Nordic countries. And this is something that goes on all today. I remember as a young boy that this was my first experience of getting to meet people from other countries, because there was every summer there was a meeting in one of the partner municipalities that attracted people, not so much from the municipal administrations as from the local societies, sports clubs, churches, companies, scouts, whatever, came together. And then fast forward, I would like to go to 1990 with the fall of the Soviet Union and the freedom, the renewed freedom of the Baltic countries. where the same thing happens. Swedish municipalities, at the first instance, gave support to partners, but soon there were formed programs and partnerships that were meant to be long-term and meant to be of mutual benefit. And many of these partnerships continue still today as not a formal sister city relation, but as living partnerships. Our association was fundamental in the process of supporting such partnerships, and we have since that in our international projects also used thematical local partnerships as a methodology to develop experiences, methodologies, whatever, in many countries. So when we saw what was happening with the renewed Russian aggression in Ukraine, of course we saw the initiatives from municipalities in many countries to give the immediate support, but we also saw the possibilities in longer-term relations. And we got the same signals from our Ukrainian partners, from municipalities and from our strategic partner, the Association of Amalgamated Territorial Communities, which organize mainly the new amalgamated and often rural communities in Ukraine. So we have taken then this initiative to help these municipalities to present themselves to potential international partners. We call it United for Ukraine, and Ukrainian municipalities have the chance to, on our website and through our team working, as you know very well, present themselves to potential partners and also get the possibility to participate in international events. And we see the result of this as emerging long-term partnerships. All of you here today are not representatives of local governments, but you're all members, inhabitants, citizens in the local community, in a municipality, in a city, in a town. I would like to urge you to have a look at the stand up there, speak with my colleagues, see could there be a municipality that would fit my hometown, and then go home and speak to your local politicians with this idea. We should partner with the Ukrainian municipality. We will gain from that, and it will be a very important contribution to the future development and resilience of Ukraine. So just go up ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but before you have the opportunity to ask some questions in front. Yeah. Do we have some volunteers? Thank you so much. Yeah, please introduce yourself and tell us who should answer your questions.
Okay. It was very great to hear this especially valuable contribution of the members of the panel. And with a degree of the present mutual understanding and trust and friendship between us, Ukraine, in Poland, it's really difficult to put the question. But I am convinced that Ukraine, that is great in the war, is going to be great in the peace as well. And I can promise that I will do everything possible, and my friends and co-associates, to find the Ukraine on board of the European ship as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Do we have some other questions in the audience? No more questions. So, yeah. Do you want to add something?
No, I would just like to add one comment, and I will switch into English. You know, a few months ago, I remember it was still in March, and Magnus was in one of the meetings representing the Swedish Association, saying we need to bring mayors, Ukrainian mayors. We need to bring Ukrainian mayors together with the EU mayors. We need to create the spaces for them to meet, because there is a lot of potential, and based on the experiences that Magnus was saying from after the World War, from the Baltic, which really the Swedish Association and others have a lot. And I am just really grateful to him and to all of his colleagues in the Salar, in Lviv City Council, in the initiative that they represent here today, for actually not only speaking, but also making these things a reality with the concrete and practical actions, and really following up through, because still, unfortunately, today a lot of good ideas don't get materialized, and I think that we need more of this going forward, of this kind of forums, of this kind of platforms, to really bring people together, because of course we all got used to COVID things, COVID times and things like that, but I really think that only this kind of platforms and physical meetings in then can result in the more long-lasting contacts and the partnerships and concrete projects for recovery of Ukraine, but also that would be beneficial also to the EU, different EU municipalities, cities and villages and regions. So thank you very much, Magnus, Marta, and all of the team that I might not know all of you by heart, but you have really made a huge effort here today with bringing Ukrainian mayors, with bringing EU partners, and for this my gratitude to you.
Thank you, Jana. But I think we should even more think about Germany, that have already, and with an extreme foresight, 6 years of foresight, managed to construct these kind of partnerships. I think that's amazing.
Thank you.
Я думаю, що наступний рік, я вже закінчую, останній рік особливо буде важливим, тому що особливо вважаючи те, що два президенти, от нещодавний візит був пана Штайнмаєра в Україну, от обидва президенти, Зеленський і Штайнмаєр, взяли під особистий патронат мережу німецько-українських партнерств. Це просто величезне визнання роботи громад щодня. Я ще раз вітаю всі громади, і робота продовжується. Це тільки попереду.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, if you want to finalize something like that, because our time is over, we want to keep, to help organizers to be in the schedule, but if you have some final word for us, yeah, please, you can do as a host.
Ja już tylko chciałem dodać, że zapraszam na kolejne edycje.
The only thing I wanted to add is that I would like to see you again here at the next editions of the World for Ukraine Summit. This is what I wanted to hear, and I'll see you.
I'm
Oh my gosh, it's 12 noon and I'm up late again. Jumped out of bed, this ain't a usual day. Today I'm heading to town, I got some things on my list, but the most important thing I need to mark is a kiss. Cause when midnight rings, I won't be letting you leave. I said to myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms, I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I've got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I'd really love to have you round. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bells sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Got the table set so you don't have to do a thing. I put the tinsel and the stockings up ready for the morning. Took the tree out the closet, couldn't find the star, but since you're here, I wouldn't mind your heart. I'm feeling festive, cheers, let's bless this occasion. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you round. Maybe I could make you Santa's wife.
Dear audience, in 2 minutes we're starting the last panel of the conference.
I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms? I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Mr. Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you round. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bells sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me.
Dear colleagues, friends in the audience, and respected Mayor of Rzeszów, I would kindly ask you to let us start the last panel of the conference. Please take your seats. I'm kindly reminding you about the audio devices that you can use for the translation. We're going to hold the panel in English. We still have a minute left. Thank you. Dear colleagues, friends, the audience, we're going to start this last panel of the event with the video from the Ministry of Youth of Poland.
Przede wszystkim chciałbym pozdrowić wszystkich uczestników szczytu.
First of all, I would like to convey my greetings to all the members of the summit Wealth for Ukraine, the summit bringing together business people, institutions, local governments, charity organizations, NGOs, all of those who want to help Ukraine at wartime. Also, the Ministry of Sports and Tourism is an honorary patron of the summit. The ministry since the very beginning, because since the first day of the war, is trying to support Ukraine. Let me remind you that on the day of Russia's attack against Ukraine, the Ministry of Sport and Tourism made an appeal to all the free countries of the free world to introduce sanctions and impose them on the Russian Federation, on Belarus, and several days later, on March the 8th, the international community, sports community, 37 countries, mostly from the EU, but also Japan, the US, Australia, signed a memorandum to regulate participation of Russian and Belarusian sportsmen in international events, and the tribunal, arbitration tribunal, confirmed our position, so they rejected Russian and Belarusian appeals to that decision, and the Russian Federation, Belarus, were excluded from international sports events. It is a very important thing because it is international pressure. It makes sense. Sport is used in the current events, current world, is used for promotion of various entities, various states, so we cannot allow Putin and Lukashenko promote their countries through sport. I am glad that international organizations decided that the decision of the Polish Ministry of Sport and the Polish government is the right decision, is the fair decision. But there is more, because Kamil Bortniczuk, the minister, invited Ukrainian sportsmen who cannot participate in the championships and sports events in Ukraine. They were invited to Poland to maintain high level of their sports performance, and hundreds of Ukrainian sportsmen could take advantage of Polish sports facilities. Football teams, swimmers can take advantage of Polish swimming pools, and other Ukrainian athletes fleeing from war to Poland, because not all of them went to the front. There are also those who have other duties and other functions to perform. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to maintain policy, and we took over organization of international sports events from the Russians and Belarusians, for example, volleyball championships, rugby championships, and many other sports events, which were held in Poland, and hopefully this pressure of the let us hope that this pressure will lead to a faster end of the war.
Dear audience, viewers and colleagues, we are starting the last panel of the conference. It's very symbolic because our last panel, not only having the great panelists, but also having a great symbol. We are talking about the partnerships for the long-term and sustainable goals that we can achieve and we want to achieve together. I'm going to start with Evgenia. Be so kind to present yourself. Quick notice, each panelist are sharing a microphone with the panelist sitting next to him. We're going to do a very short presentation. Two people still somehow delivered presentations, so they're going to present the presentations. My ask, be as fast as possible so we can come up to the discussion. I'm also informing you that we're going to have a Q&A session 10 minutes before the end of our panel, so please be prepared with your questions. And let's start. Evgenia, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting for the panel discussion, especially at such great topic as partnership and building sustainable trust and cooperation. My name is Evgenia. I'm working at the Reform Delivery Office, which is a part of the Ukraine Reform Architecture Project, funded by the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and multi-funded donor project from the different member states of the EU. Before the full-scale invasion, before 24th of February, we've been working on the reform agenda, on the key priority reforms with the government. It was privatization reform, as you might see from my part. It was also land reform. It was European integration as well in terms of communication. However, with the full-scale invasion, we totally transformed our activity, and we actually was one of the coordinating powers to deliver the recovery plan for Ukraine that starts its work since April with the decrees of the President of Ukraine. And we've been presenting our work at the Lugano Conference, Ukraine Recovery Conference, in July this year as well. So right now we are focusing our work on recovery. We are also focusing our work on European integration and basically making the whole process to deliver this goal. And another project as well is right now in an emergency stage because we need to survive the winter with energy infrastructure attacks. Thank you.
Hopefully we all do. Thank you so much. The next panelist is Dave Tomlinson. Please present yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dave Tomlinson, and I work with Hope Worldwide, and I oversee our global disaster response operations. And it is an honor to be here, and I look forward to talking about partnerships throughout the day. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Mariana Zawirska.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great privilege to talk here on this panel about the power of partnerships. I'm representing here an international NGO called Collective Leadership Institute, and we are not providing humanitarian assistance, but we are providing services to different stakeholders, helping them to build strong and sustainable partnerships. And our work in Ukraine started in 2017 with a project on creating multi-stakeholder partnerships to design solutions for integrating IDPs into labor markets on the territories where they were forced to move from Lugansk and Donetsk region. Also, we have had other projects related on decentralization and support of local networks. Right now, we are working in Germany with local municipalities and are supporting them in building multi-stakeholder partnerships to respond better to the needs of Ukrainian refugees in the municipalities.
Thank you so much. The next panelist is Mr. Pavel Mania.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm representing I'm wearing two hats today. So one, I represent Save the Children. And with Save the Children, we operate in Poland, Ukraine, Romania, Romania, in the whole region. And we've reached so far 160,000 children. But the other hat I'm wearing, and this is the hat I'll be wearing at the panel, is I'm a deputy director at the Humanitarian Leadership Academy, which is a vehicle for Save the Children for championing localization, shifting power, and amplifying local voices, and actually strengthening those local partnerships and working with the civil society space in the region. So perhaps this is the main focus for today for me.
Thank you so much. Mr. Brock Bierman.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Brock Bierman. I'm the president and CEO of Ukraine Friends. We have established a charity in the United States out of New York. We provided about $25 million worth of assistance since March, first starting in refugee resettlement and then moving into humanitarian and reconstruction. I'm glad that this conference is taking place. It's very important, and World for Ukraine has done an outstanding job thus far. And although this is the last panel, I think it's one of the most important panels because, frankly, from my perspective, we will never have enough resources to address the need. We just will not be able to be successful unless we develop partnerships that work. Sustainable partnerships that will help us not just to amplify, but build upon the success. Because 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. In this case, it could end up being 3, 4, or even in the case of a partnership we developed with the city of Bucha, the regional council in Kyiv, and then also the territorial defense, a rehabilitation of 30 ambulances. That cost a fraction of what it costs to buy them outside. And I use that as one example of a partnership at a local level, but we've also have a number of other partnerships with Rotary International and small other NGOs. But at the end of the day, partnerships are going to be a critical fact that will help Ukraine not only now, but in the future. So it's great to be here.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, Mr. Michael Caponi.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. So I'm the founder and president of Global Empowerment Mission. It's easy, this one, because we are a smart partnership model, and everything we do is about partnerships. We're able to amass aid from the whole planet by having partners all throughout different countries, major corporations in the United States, and it alleviates a major cost we don't have to buy the actual product, it's donated to us, right? So that's one part of the aspect of smart partnerships. The second partnership is on the distribution end. So we serve as a supplier to the region where we import over $100 million worth of supplies, and then we have 165 active Ukrainian NGO partners that work with us in distribution that we oversee and manage. And then we have partnerships with 15 OBLAST and various mayors where we're doing small and light rebuilds all throughout Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So coming to the bold discussion that we need to do, all of us, I think the dialogue is a beautiful way to show and express things. I would love all of you to start with the short stories of lessons learned. Partnership, make an example of what you had in Ukraine. We are 10 months into conflict. There was something great that happened and something where we work more. So 3 things. Great lesson learned, example of the partnership, and something that can be better. Pavel?
So actually, when it comes to lessons learned, that I will with slightly less positive example. So I've been part of this before. I was deployed in Poland 15 years ago. I was deployed and I saw the mistakes being repeated and talking about analyzing the response. Yeah, we sort of work by default. So we, as a huge international organization, we implement through partners. We try. We did it in the region. That's for 346 other international agencies. What we see is that are they real partnerships? Are we not asking smaller organizations to implement ideas that are not there? So how we actually champion those locations? So I think we still there. It comes to lessons learned, we're still learning, and I think we're learning throughout all responses. Are we applying those lessons learned from different responses? Yeah, what we see is a huge opportunity that we have. Because funding that we have for this response is unmatched. You know, last time, like that in Afghanistan, perhaps some time ago, or in tsunami response. So we have this opportunity to do things differently. We have the civil society very strong in the region, but actually doing more to strengthen those partnerships. And as the trying to do that, so we believe in inclusive leadership. So this is like a set of programs around the region. We include local leaders, so we call it assistant leadership. And it's not in the leadership program that we have enough in the region. People are they've done it before, but how we connect them together within the country, but also across different countries in the region. This is what we're trying to do. We also believe there is space for capacity sharing. So that's another lessons learned. You know, we talk about a lot of capacity. You know, the term is changing. We saw capacity building. There was capacity strengthening. We talk about capacity sharing and how do we, as an organization, the humanitarian leadership, we see ourselves as leaders because we saw we 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Part of the Save the Children. So that's, you know, it amplifies the work we do. But we also work for the sector, those local organizations, how we bring them to the table, how we make sure that direct pooled funding goes directly to those agencies, and how we strengthen their resilience. They're resilient as they are, but sort of how we future-proof this is here at the moment. So we have ideas how to do it. We definitely don't replicate solutions that are already here. We don't want to duplicate efforts, but we definitely think there is space for having that to build a bridge between international sector and the local sector for one to learn from another. So it's very knowledge. So not to just repeat again very top-down approach that we've seen before, but how we actually amplify those local voices, bring them to the decision table. We see them not represented at the cluster level by the UN agencies because you know, we use the language that is not familiar. We use jargon. We sort of alienate them by the way that we do, and also because you know we see how that works in terms of direct funding, like the entire outcomes program research that has been done. Okay, that was it back in May. I don't think much has changed. Said that, you know, identified that is it 2/3 of the sort of the funding that was available for Ukraine response went to UN agencies. 6% went to international NGOs, and only 0.003% went directly to local organizations. So we talk about partnerships. When we talk about such a huge disproportion of funds, direct funds going to international sector, I don't think we can still talk about equal partnership and equity, but that doesn't mean that it cannot change. And I think we have huge opportunity to actually see that power shift.
So 3 points. It's localization.
Yes.
Engaging in capacity.
Yes. Capacity sharing.
Capacity sharing and learning on both sides.
Yeah, exchange and shifting power, how we actually make sure that decolonizing the approach. In terms of Ukraine, I think we say we have to decolonize the capacity strengthening, the work that we do, which doesn't really resonate here because people say, oh, we haven't been colonized in the same way. But it's a sort of, yes, the system has been designed to support international sector rather than international sector. And we can talk about decolonization here in the Ukraine response as well.
But can I add to that?
Sure.
That if we are talking about changing the system, we always have to provide an alternative. So I would suggest that after this answer to the first question, we'll talk about possible alternative scenarios of the distribution of funding and growing the knowledge of Ukrainian funds also. So thank you for your reply. We got your 3 points. Dave, please.
Hope Worldwide operates in over 60 countries in the world. We've actually been a registered NGO in Ukraine for 25 years. And we have operations throughout Ukraine. And I think what we continually learn, not just here in Ukraine, but around the world, is local, local, local. Buy local, support local. And if, our first week here, I flew over to Moldova March 1st. And I think a lot of us were getting data that everything was shut down in Ukraine, nothing was available. So I think a lot of the international actors were probably thinking we're going to have to bring in a lot of stuff, which is true. There's a tremendous amount of global resources that have come into Ukraine. But there's also been a tremendous amount of stuff still available in Ukraine. And if we can provide funding and provide ways to enhance the local economy, because jobs were lost, jobs continue to be lost, and if we can support local businesses through purchasing and procuring things locally, that makes every partnership better. And I think that's one of the big lessons we learned. One of the things that's really gone great for us, just by sheer coincidence, my team was in Moldova at the embassy. And Alex Romanishin, who is the former Deputy Minister of the Economy for Ukraine, walked into the embassy as well. And they connected. And now Alex has become a tremendous partner and has helped us facilitate with the Ukrainian government, with the Minister of Health, and all the other things that we're trying to do, from bringing stuff inside, which is we buy local, but we've brought a lot of medicine in through great partnerships. But the streamlined processes that have happened, particularly early in the process, and now things are flowing fairly well through the borders, but early on it was very difficult. And but the Ukrainian government cleared the customs issues early and allowed those great things to happen early, so we didn't have to do that. Having that local partnership and that partnership at the governmental level with Alex has really allowed us to do things that we might not have been able to do before. And I think the most important lesson that we continue to learn is, when we have staff in countries, use them. Honestly, Ukraine doesn't need a lot of stuff from outsiders to come in and tell you what to do, because you're amazingly resilient, amazingly intelligent. I am so personally impressed with the Ukrainian government. And when I look at the cabinet of ministers and the deputy ministers, I'm like, this is a talented, young, energetic group of people. And it's like, how do they do that? And to be able to do some of the things that Ukraine has done so early. So I think my continual point is work locally wherever possible. And when we come in from the outside and think we might know something that we don't, that's a bad way to do business. And so when we can do that, that's how we can do great things.
So lesson learned was a great partnership. Nothing happens with no reason.
Yep.
Go local.
Local, local, local.
Local,
yeah.
local, 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 local.
Not loco.
And what we can do better
I think one of the things we can do better from our perspective is stay in our own swim lane. That's kind of what we call it. If I'm not a housing repair NGO, don't try to be a housing repair NGO.
Be focused.
Yeah, focus on your swim lane.
Thank you so much. Please.
Thanks. And let me just add on to what you're saying, because I think that one, being focused is very important, but also having that network is important. Now, we're in a little bit of a different situation because we're new, right? We just stood up our organization when the war started. So we literally only have 2 people on the ground. So how do we, from New York, if you will, with some Americans and Ukrainian Americans, make decisions? Well, we shouldn't, frankly. We shouldn't be making decisions. We should be working with eyes and ears in Ukraine because they're in the best place to tell us how to utilize that. But we also need a network, and one of the networks and most successful partnerships we have is with Rotary International. And so in my last life as the assistant administrator at USAID, we had a great program during COVID working with Rotary on helping with PPE and other necessities. And so we reached out to the more than 1,500 members of Rotary throughout all of Ukraine that has 66 clubs. It's a volunteer network.
So it's a Rotary Club worldwide.
So we established...
Can you explain a bit more, because not everybody knows what it is.
Rotary has 1.5 million members. I'm sorry, all right, is that better? Yes. All right, so, yeah. Rotary has 1.5 million members throughout the world. They have, in Ukraine alone, 66 clubs and over 1,500 members and growing. It's one of the fastest growing organizations in the country. And it's been incredibly effective for us as we have been delivering first the refugee resettlement, then the humanitarian assistance, followed on by reconstruction. But what's really important is Rotary is made up of local leaders in different sectors within that community, and they know what is needed best. There's doctors and lawyers and architects and builders and so forth. And at the end of the day, those are the people who are going to be able to help us basically direct our funding. But it's also important that Rotary and Ukraine Friends coordinate at a national level. And as I was mentioning to you before with a panel, it's great to have that local perspective on what's needed because at the local level they're going to know what's needed, but you also have to coordinate at the federal level so it doesn't become confusing and that there's not, if you will, chaos because there's so many people asking for different things. And in our perspective, one, we don't know whether or not the priority has been set, and number two, is there a coordinated effort at the higher level? So again, one of our most successful efforts was to provide 45 ambulances to Ukraine through a partnership with Rotary, Ukraine Friends, the Territorial Defense, and the Ministry of Health to prioritize where those units and where those hospitals or where those civilian places were that needed those ambulances in the most significant way based on facts, data, and information, and then reporting back to us. So again, that's just one particular effort that we've worked on, but I would say that finding that local network that has the eyes and ears on the ground is going to help you be successful, and there's no point in reinventing the wheel. We don't need to have a large footprint. Buy local, spend local, utilize as much as you can. As I mentioned, the ambulances, if you've got a resource local, use that local resource. Don't bring it in unless you have to.
And please add what can be done better. What could have been done better?
Look, I think a continued effort to coordinate activities, not in a way that's bureaucratic, but it's just information sharing, right? I think it's really important that everybody understands what's going on. That's not to say that the Territorial Defense or the Defense Ministry says we can't work with that particular community. What they're saying is that we're working with these communities and they're helping us identify the communities that are most in need. And then we can work directly with them, right? So it's not a matter of they're telling us where to go, it's they're telling us what is the most highest priority, and then we're working with those communities to make a difference. I also think that it's really important, two things. Communications, communications, communications. Social media is really important because one, you're being transparent, right? So if you're providing an ambulance to the front lines or to a place in need, the community sees that the ambulances are coming, the local people have that expectation that resource is there, and they have accountability. Secondly, it's great messaging to know that the United States, Rotary, through all countries around the world are helping, and then of course the local territorial defense, along with the national territorial defense, are coordinating this effort, so that does portray a level of confidence that the local people need, and then basically I would say just a continued effort to coordinate and streamline the system so that the old systems don't get in the way of the new systems or the war effort.
Thank you. Mariana, would you add your point?
Yeah, I would like to share what we've learned on the 24th of February. And basically, maybe the feeling was somewhere before that, but that was really very, very present on the day of the invasion. Every partnership lies on people. So everything that we need to do to have strong partnership is to keep people safe, to invest in people, and to develop trustful relationships. So I will tell a story. Before February 24th, Collective Leadership Institute supported 2 thematic networks in Ukraine, basically multi-stakeholder networks consisting from governmental people, local authorities, private sector, NGO people. These were people from Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, Kiev as well, and
what
some
other
other cities.
What a good choice of people.
Yeah.
What a good choice.
Yeah. I mean, what we've seen that having invested a couple of years of time in building the trust in this network, we've seen that this network was energized immediately in the morning of February 24th, and they were able to evacuate themselves to save their lives, to save their families, and also to save their communities. One example, we have a person in this network from the community of Polohe, Zaporizhia region that was affected by the front line and is under occupation right now. The person in our network is from the local hospital. And being part of this networks, people could help to evacuate the staff of the hospital, to help evacuate families of the staff of the hospital and support each other. So my take from this story. Investing in partnerships helps, yeah, sorry, I'm getting emotional thinking about all these people.
Oh, good.
Investing in partnerships literally helps to save people's lives, whom you know personally, but also it helps to save people's lives like in more broader way. And that investment pays off every time. So speaking about the power of partnerships, I would also like us to remember that partnerships is not just a nice word or a nice trend. It's something that can help people to survive with little resources, which are always not enough in terms of crisis, and literally help survive concrete people. And what we can do better, I would like to echo the colleague who started answering this question. We can empower local stakeholders to talk and to get into dialogues, to have their voice strong, and even like this wonderful event is a great chance to give the voice to people. But being in a panel about power of partnerships, 6 speakers, only 1 Ukrainian organization and 2 Ukrainian ladies. So I think we could be better on this.
3, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I mean in terms of speakers, not about the moderators, of course. So I think we can be better here and also learn more from people in Ukraine how to develop partnerships on the ground.
Thank you so much. Michael. Where's the presentation? I'm so sorry, technical team, we need a clicker. So I will pass the word to Evgenia. Oh, it's there. I'm just going to remind my question to be strict with you, okay? Lesson learned, what can be done better, and what was the discovery? What was very special about it?
What can be better and what is the discovery? So every day we learn and we get better, right? I'm better at this year than I was last year, and so on. There's a multitude of lessons that we continually learn. I couldn't even identify it. You know, my motto is people don't plan to fail, they only fail to plan. And when you have enough proper meetings and enough strategy before a mission, and you plan everything, and you know where the enemy is and where live fire is and not, and you're going in those areas, you know, you don't have that many hiccups. It's the same thing with importing, right? We knew that importing was going to be a problem, right, in aid. Well, we had to in the beginning, so we had to have proper customs brokers, and we had to have proper, you know, teams and warehouses and everything set up. So we established warehouses in Warsaw, in Lviv, in Kyiv, in Jeshu, in Hungary, right? So the aid can be basically properly distributed. So
you were delivering it from US, right?
Yeah, in the beginning.
Please go on.
Yeah. So this is our team in Kherson a few days after it was liberated. So the 163 vetted partners, right, is a very important part. That includes, by the way, some in Poland, a few in Hungary, but definitely over 135 in just Ukraine. And we have 3 different models, right? 3 different categories of distribution. So category 1 is we have a partner that's Ukrainian, and one is an expert in Kharkiv, and another one is an expert in a different region, and another one is from Chernihiv, and another one is from Vinnytsia, right? And those partners know their territories best, and they come to us, and we supply them with aid. We make agreements with them. We make them sign little contracts, and they have to produce photographs, and they have to go out and do that. That's in the aid portion. The second tier that we have is we directly meet with mayors and governors, and we make long-term commitments to them. So this region or this hub, through the mayor deputy that's in charge of aid, we commit every single week for the last 6 months, you're gonna get an 18-wheeler truck of XYZ supplies. And the list changes as it goes, and that's another form of a partnership. And then the third one is direct. It's when we go ourselves in with our own teams and do distributions. So if our motto is how to get the most amount of aid to the most amount of people, you're not gonna do that if you do it yourself. That's a fact, right? So there's only so much one team can do, no matter how big the team is, and no matter how much aid you have, especially when you have a country this big with needs in so many different oblasts going on simultaneously at the same time. So for the web to work, you have to have tentacles that are everywhere. So that's why we have this many type of partners. This is an example, but if we could get enough slides, but you see the different colors, right? So the different partners for different regions. So obviously green isn't that dangerous, yellow's a little safer, orange gets dangerous, and red is extremely dangerous. So there's different groups that can go into different territories, and that's how we identify them. And you see we have all their backup, to the point where we know where every single pallet and every single box has been distributed. So this gives you an idea of, you know, how our distributions are and how they work with different people. And in that box is another great example of a partnership. And Mr. Thomason was very correct, right? We are called global empowerment. So if there's not a need to import it, we don't. We've completed 230 construction projects already to this date, finished, closed, with pictures. And every single one of those supplies were bought in Ukraine. And every single person who built them were Ukrainian. And our entire team and all our warehouses in Ukraine are all Ukrainian. I'm actually the only one that's American. And that's because we believe in empowering people. When it comes to food, okay, we have a partnership with many different food distribution companies in America. It's actually more expensive to buy rice in America, yet let alone to import it and pay the transport, than to actually buy rice in Poland, believe it or not. Where for $15,000, you could get an 18-wheeler truck stacked with rice if you need rice. So we were buying in the beginning product in Poland, and then we shifted to finding food manufacturers in Ukraine. So now those boxes are filled half with food that's all produced in Ukraine. So that creates economy, right? That creates production. And it also is the food that Ukrainians want. So they're much happier with that. And then the other half of the box has all different kinds of things, from hygiene to blankets and different needs.
May I ask you to share a story of the house recovering that you've shared before, but I think it's very important to hear the story again. How did you focus on house recovering in Bucha?
On the houses.
Yes.
On the houses.
Because I think that you and Mr. Brok has almost the same stories. And something special about it is that you have this vision, helicopter view, on the scale of the problem. So you're able to react on spot and see potential where others see only like stereotypical scenarios. So please share your story, and then I would kind of ask you to share yours.
Yeah, so when it comes to rebuilding, it's an assessment that you have to make based in areas that we feel are kind of aftermath regions. So Bucha would be an example of an aftermath region, where you have to come in and basically cut all the red tape. The first thing I do when I sit with a mayor and he says, we need to rebuild this school, is I actually say, I'm not going to deal with the Ministry of Education. I'm not going to deal with Ministry of Works. I'm not going to deal with any department. You're going to give us authority to build it, and we're going to start tomorrow. And you can work all that out with your departments and make sure we do it correctly and monitor us, and we're going to hire all the people in your community and give them jobs for it. So that's an example of cutting through red tape, right? And we're quick to act. When Odessa in July was bombed and there was major damage on some buildings, right, in Odessa region by Moldova, the governor was asking of solutions of where the people in the bombed building were going to go. And you could sit and talk about for weeks about importing containers or importing temporary housing or all any of those things, right? But what we did is we asked them if there was any buildings that the government had right there on the spot in the region that they could allow us to immediately retrofit and turn, basically compartmentalize it, right? Put new windows on it and do that. And if you ask the governor of Odessa, he'll tell you that within 45 days, all those people were in those homes already, right? A completed project. So, and it's not a lot of money. So there's a lot of buildings that exist in Ukraine right now that are empty. And there's a lot of in-country displaced people that need housing. And there's a lot of conversations about bringing in additional container homes, which sometimes destroy countries. And there's a lot of things that you can repair right now for very little money. We are repairing a building that will put back 2,600 people in it by just changing the windows in it. And the cost of that is a few $100,000. So the cost per person is very minimal, $200 a person. So you have to look at metrics like that in order to put the most amount of people back into the most amount of homes in the shortest amount of time possible before this winter gets even worse. And that's why we're working every day on all types of programs like.
Mr. Brok had this story about the ambulances. You stay for different things. Michael works straight away, on the spot. You believe in structured, systematic approach. Yet the story about the ambulances, I think, very symbolic. Would you share, please?
Well, yeah, look, we want structure, but we also want speed. but we want to make sure it's effective. And we also want to make sure that there's a partnership. And one thing that I should have mentioned is that we insist that there's got to be some, as we say in America, skin in the game, right? So we were very fortunate with the city of Bucha, for instance, who actually doubled our money and contributed to several construction projects. And they also contributed to our ambulance project. Well, I was touring a number of programs. Mayor Fedoruk showed me a number of ambulances that were abandoned. And I asked him, I said, well, what are you doing with these ambulances? He said, well, they don't work. I said, well, I'll tell you what, give me the ambulances, we'll get them fixed, and we'll send them to the front lines. We fixed those 4 ambulances almost within less than 3 weeks, I believe it was, and had them out delivered to the TDF. But then we brought in the key regional council, and now we're looking at 30 ambulances throughout the region and setting a standard for the entire country where we're finding rehabilitated ambulances. And at the end of the day, it's easier to fix $1,000 or spend $1,000 on an ambulance that is in country than spend $15,000 or $20,000 for an ambulance that's in Europe, or even more, buying a brand new ambulance that's somewhere around the world. At the end of the day, an ambulance is an ambulance, and they need them now. So we're going to do what we can to impact it fast. We're also going to make sure that, again, they have an investment of their own in the product, if you will. And, I'll just briefly say, it doesn't have to be a large dollar figure in order to have a huge impact. We also have a program called Playgrounds for Peace, right? Very low dollar figure. We actually pay for the entire program, but we insist that the community comes together. And one of the things that I think we've seen that's become very successful is the IDP community coming together with the local community to build these playgrounds. We give them the actual playground. And if anyone's interested, I'm happy to talk to you about that program after we're done here, as well as any others. But we actually go to the municipalities or the villages or the cities and say, look, we've got a playground, we'll give it to you, but we insist that you build it, that you bring not just your local community, but you also bring the IDP community together, because at the end of the day, we know that returning back to their homes is going to be a long-term issue. And if we can bring those communities together, not only building a playground, but they're also building a community amongst themselves. And that's been shown us a lot of benefits in other programs that we've been able to support in those same communities.
Thank you so much. Evgenia, coming with the same question to you. What was your learning? What is the lesson learned? What is discovery? And what is something that can be done better? Speaking from the point of your personal view or your Office of Reform Delivery.
Yes, I would like to maybe share our cooperation on the national level with international partners and how the office was building trustful relations. I think that because we already have this cooperation beforehand for almost like six, 7 years previously, and also because we are affiliated with the government, so we kind of have this level of trust, but also it's our responsibility was to include international partners into the recovery process and deliver the recovery plan to Ukraine, engaging international partners into the discussion and also to the feedback kind of comment session. And here I would like to share maybe a really amazing case from my perspective, from my personal perspective, cooperation with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, that we established just recently. In July, Ukraine applied to become a member, submitted its application to become a member of the OECD member states, and also just recently in October, it actually really short time in terms of decision making, the OECD approved our accession process and started the negotiation for us, for Ukraine to become a member. I think it's a really amazing experience for us because previously we've been cooperating with OECD a long time before on different levels. We've been in the process of implementation public administration reform according to the Sigma principles, which is actually OECD and European Commission guidelines, I would say, a framework. We also have been working actively on the corporate governance for state-owned enterprises, which is also an implementation of OECD guidelines. But since the initiation of the dialogue, specifically after the full-scale invasion, considering the fact that OECD have been an implementer of the Marshall Plan for the after the Second World War for Europe, having this expertise, analysis, best cases.
Do you think, by the way, it's actual now? Don't you think that technology and the structure of the world is so different that the lessons that have been learned since the Second World War might not be applicable anymore?
I would say we kind of have a completely different situation right now, also considering the consequences of the war scale itself, and also I think it's important to acknowledge that we are right now already started this dialogue about the recovery, even though we are in a wartime economy. And for now, to us, the main goal is to survive the winter and to help and to be united with our partners to help energy system and energy infrastructure to go through the system, the winter. So I would say the lessons learned might be definitely there from the OECD perspective that they can share with us, but I think as well learning from doing might be also good. Which is coming back to the lessons learned maybe. I would say from as well my point of view, as a coordination is really important, and it's always a place to do better here on every level, and especially on international and national. So it's always come for the matter of improvement. But also, I think for Ukraine, as lessons learned is that we need to ensure transparency and accountability for the recovery process to build trust with international partners, and to have this monitoring from the civil society, from the businesses, on how the recovery and the management of recovery will be proceed.
Yeah. Your point, I'm sorry to interrupt you, yet I think it's very important, and that's our next question. What do you think we are missing to enter the recovery point? Your observation, your cooperation with Ukrainian local organizations, what do you think we are lacking? Are we lacking education? By we, I mean Ukrainian NGOs, organizations, and all civil society agents. From the international organizations' point of view, and then I will turn to representation of Ukrainian organizations, but what do you think? We still have time before the recovery starts. Hopefully it's going to be a short time. We're all hoping for that. But can you mention what is important to correct, to learn, and where to learn in order to be more efficient in the recovery process? Pavel, please, because you said about the education.
Yeah, so it's
Michael's just smiling to me, so I'm answering to him.
No, it's very interesting, because I actually look at the title of that panel as well, and we talk about long-term sustainable corporations, right? So there are partnerships that needed here and now, right? And then I don't know if people are aware, like I'm sure most of us are, about the open letter from local organizations here, like in Ukraine, also in Poland, NGOs as well, saying less bureaucracy, if not now, when? And saying, like, yes, we've heard the stories before, how are you going to do things differently? And that's...
What do you think mean by less bureaucracy? You stand for this letter, and we discussed it. But where do you see that less bureaucracy shall be implied?
Compliance. A lot of local organizations are being sort of supported by a lot of different international organizations, and they have to go through the same vetting process, the same compliance, training, etc. And as an international organization, if we can do something better, how we unify our processes and recognize what others have done as well, so we don't have to, we don't overburden those local organizations, so they have to go through the same things again. So how we can work better and more efficient and be better coordinated to actually do things better. But when I think, when I think about partnerships, yes, partnerships here and now, yes, to support immediate relief, and that's, yes, less bureaucracy, because we have to act now. The local people have better knowledge of what's needed here and now. But if you're talking about recovery, do we have a plan as international organizations? What happens in 5 years' time? What happens in 3 years' time? And beyond the war, do we leave those organizations behind and saying, okay, the work is done, the war is over? But how we make sure that what we do, if we think about actual partnerships, how we support them, in terms of their well-being, when the burden happens, burnout happens, how we make sure they are actually part of the conversation and enter this leadership space, international and local, so they can decide about their own future. Because yes, here and now is important, and that's we're doing to training as well, but capacity training, coaching, mentoring, and that's what HLA does, Humanitarian Leadership Academy, that we're trying to do. Yes, here now, that's where we call Save the Children, so which is our umbrella organization. That's what they do now, here and now. But as the HLA, as a team wouldn't save the children. We're thinking about like what happens in 3 years' time, 5 years' time, 10 years' time. And that's what coaching programming is needed, what mentoring is needed, how we can sort of build those sort of, could be the convener, as I said before, international local organizations, how we make sure that we future-proof those local organizations to make them more sustainable, more resilient. And if they want to pivot their work to recovery, to another response, or to use the capacities, capabilities of people that are responding so well in that response, if they see their future in the humanitarian sector in elsewhere, that's fine. To how we make sure that we just don't leave them behind. And I think that's what I think partnerships, it's what happens next.
So learning on both sides and looking forward and prognosing what happens next.
Yes, co-creating that future together. So I think sitting at the table together saying, oh, what is that you need? How I can help you? And how we can work together so you feel supported, so you're not left behind when this is over.
Yeah, in many cases, bureaucracy is much needed for this process, and I got your point, and there's many here in the panel supporting bureaucracy, yet struggling with it every time. But bureaucracy, I think, was created to minimize the risks. So we have not only to find the optimum of cooperation or partnership, we also have to find the optimal bureaucracy.
Yes, I think there's always a middle ground as well. So I think, yeah, there's some things we cannot
I have to interrupt you.
Compromise, yeah.
And give a word to somebody who is standing pro-bureaucracy. Evgenia?
May I just actually comment on the international organization role here? And I would like to come back to the maybe first 2 months of the Russian full-scale invasion to Ukraine. We've been working with international organizations, or like international organizations overall, have been working since 2014 in Ukraine, humanitarian one. They almost all they left, or they were not functioned in the beginning of the full-scale invasion in the most hostility areas for Ukraine. But also
many
there was
of
a
the
local
organizations here would not support you. So just tell about the
not
organizations
all, but
you
some.
know.
You know, some of them. Some of them have been proved in the beginning of that and for the first months. But there have been volunteers and local NGOs who have been working and delivering humanitarian aid straightforward to the beneficiaries in the most hot areas in Ukraine. So I'm leading it to the fact that at the beginning, we really need this volunteering movement and the civil society movement from the local support. But then delivering it for the sustainable manner and building a long-term solutions, we really need international partners on our side and international organizations as well, because that's already about building partnerships.
I hear you, but what do you think? I want you to be really personal here. What do you think, from your own experience, we have to learn from the international organizations, from our cooperation with international organizations, and on the other side, what they have to learn from us?
I mean, I would start maybe that we can teach how to do it fast and how to deliver things straightforward to the beneficiaries. But from international organizations, I think it's really important to learn those transparency, accountability issues, and also inclusivity, like being inclusive towards your community. And I think maybe for me, for my personal, I really support that we need to be local. All partners should be local, because on a local level we really need, we know what we need. I just maybe want to make another comment, because we have a
very short,
fund,
we are limited
really
in
short,
time,
but it's just a matter how we can improve it and actually demonstrate it straightforward. We have stated on May $44 million USD on Ukrainian humanitarian fund distributed across international humanitarian agencies, UN agencies, and local communities and national NGOs. So national NGOs received only 3.7 million of that, which is less than 1%. From the total sum. And international organizations received more than half. So I think here is a matter of improvement, how we can distribute funding here to support local cooperation, but also build partnerships here between international partners and national NGOs.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, great point. Thank you for doing it. So I would ask somebody who is pro-bureaucracy. Brock?
Two quick points. Look, I think that bureaucracy and coordination are two different issues, right? there is a need for bureaucracy, but there really, in this case, is need for communications. It doesn't help us when we're getting letters from hospitals and brigades and communities and doctors and different people without some type of coordination, because at the end of the day, we really don't know what the priority is, and there has to be some discussion. And I'm not saying that it has to go through a bureaucratic process. And again, I said this earlier, we can work directly with the community, but there needs to be a layer of communications. And I think that that's very, very important. And you asked earlier, what are we missing, right? The coordination aspect, I think, would be very beneficial.
Is it the role of a government? Is this a role of a government?
Is it the role? Of course, it's the role of the government. Absolutely, the government, and it's not only the role, but it's the responsibility of not just the federal government, but the local government at the state level. They have to know that coordination is going to ultimately help them set their priorities and be more effective in their helping their specific issue that's at that local level. But you also asked, what are we missing? And I also think we're missing something from the United States. And this is very important, because when I go back home and I get on talk shows, or I get in front of panels, or I talk to local people in the community level, the first thing they ask me is, what goes on in Ukraine? How does it impact my backyard? And I think we really need to make people understand how it impacts their backyard. You said, can a Marshall Plan be effective given this circumstances? The Marshall Plan was very effective, and we saw what happened with an effective plan. And moving ahead, it's more than a Marshall Plan for Ukraine. It has to be a Marshall Plan for Eastern Europe. We have to think broader and bolder than just Ukraine. We've got to think about Moldova. We have to think about Georgia. We have to think about other countries in Eastern Europe in order to be more effective. And frankly speaking, this will be the best opportunity once Vladimir Putin is out of power to be more effective, because frankly speaking, at the end of the day, I think we missed the boat with having a Marshall Plan when the Soviet Union fell. And we should have had a much more comprehensive plan coming into the Soviet Union that would have prevented where we are today. And that's not just anybody's responsibility or any country's responsibility, any Western responsibility. It's a lack of understanding the real systemic problem of communism and 75 years of dysfunction.
So it's definitely something to be learned from the past. Dave, do you have anything to add on this?
Disasters around the world happen in 4 phases. Relief.
For the person coming from a Hope Foundation.
Yeah, relief, recovery, preparation, and mitigation. And the problem with what's happening in Ukraine is, on one side, there's exact humanitarian relief. I need that right now, so that's going on. But the other side is a recovery side. And so we think a lot of times in terms of relief, recovery, but in Ukraine it's happening all at the same time because it has to, but we can't do a whole tremendous amount of long-term sustainable infrastructure rebuilding, because tomorrow that infrastructure might be damaged again. So that's a challenge to do that temporarily. But we need to be able to think in all 4 of those phases. And I want to push back a little bit on what you said about technology a little bit earlier. Because technology and social media, one of the issues that we see, and Brock just mentioned the communication issues and putting that out there, technology is amazing. But what happened early, and I think you even mentioned specifically with a hospital. I got an email from a specific hospital I had never heard of. It was a doctor in one of the hospitals desperate for stuff. Same time, we were working with the Ministry of Health already with their list, so we knew that. But through social media, somebody knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who sends them an email, who sends it to an NGO saying, hey, wait, you're Hope Worldwide, you have a $20 million budget. Why can't you fix this? Or AmeriCares with a $1 billion budget, or whoever it is. And so we have to think, that's that coordination issue that's so critical that the government and the municipalities and whatever local government has to step in and say, we are going to be the holder, if you will, of that kind of information. And I know through our processes, if we can't do that, it gets very difficult in the sense of external actors trying to come in and help where they're needed because they don't know who to help. That coordination, and so when we use technology, it makes things easier, but it also creates another issue that if we don't go into it wide awake, we're going to have real serious coordination issues because people are getting that message from multiple locations. And then what happens is that, well, I see this desperate need, so I'm going to help it. Brock sees the desperate need, so he's going to help it. Pavel sees the desperate need, so his organization is going to help it. And all of a sudden, there's 17 trucks of baby diapers in the same spot in Lviv, where maybe they can't use them in Lviv, but they really need is food in Kherson. So that coordination issue is just so critical, and the government really has to be the driver behind that at every level.
Let me ask you, though, I mean, if you don't mind, I mean, don't you think, let's put the elephant on the table, right?
Yeah, can you?
Let's put the elephant on the table, if you will, right?
Oh, please.
By doing this, by having this kind of uncoordinated response and a backward approach, you're inviting disinformation from the neighbors to the north to say, look at the corruption that's going on. And so we have to understand that this will be played out in a way that will be not only destructive, but counterproductive to what we're trying to accomplish. The local levels have to understand that this coordination is critical to our success. Otherwise, it's going to play right into the hands of those who want to make the system collapse.
And it totally does that. And if the driver is not there for that communication to come in, and we don't communicate it effectively, Hurricane Katrina, Brock and I both worked on Hurricane Katrina, largest hurricane that hit the United States in history. It was huge. And there were so many communication issues that we just don't communicate, and we've got to solve that. And the governments were sitting there, let's do this, and then you'd see on CNN or BBC or wherever, oh, it's an uncoordinated mess. Some of it was an uncoordinated mess, but in other areas, it worked very well. It just depends on where you were at and what mechanism and lesson you were learning from an external agency. And that literally happened, the tsunami in Thailand. All that stuff happens like that on all these major catastrophes to do that. So we have to learn those lessons from the other things that have happened globally that are similar in nature. Nothing is really similar to this, because in history, at least in our history, a big superpower has never come up and gone, I'm going to invade my neighbor. It'd be like Canada coming into the United States. You know, U.S., I'm going to go attack Canada. You know, in that whole coordination. So it's unprecedented in its nature, but it does create that.
Yeah, I have to stop you both.
I just add one last quick thing, and that is, look, let us be the bad guy. You know, if the local community is having a problem with a federal or state level, then let us call them out on it. Let us be the people that are saying, you need to stop this type of coordination or this type of bureaucracy or whatever it is, and you need to start in this direction to get this particular assistance coordinated in a way that's helping communities. So look, we're happy to play the role of moderator in a way that is productive both at the local level, the state level, and the federal level.
We're definitely not going to decide it here, but we pointed the elephant in the room, which is good. What I'm saying is problematic here is that I don't understand where this cooperation has to happen. Who has to raise this question? Somebody who have already done the job? Somebody who is in the government? Who is the actor to do it? Whose role is this? Mariana, can you please elaborate?
It's all of our fault, and it's all of our responsibility. And as international actors, we can't come in and say we know everything, because we don't. And so, too often that happens. Oh, that organization knows everything. They don't. And we all have to, so every level, but this is my opinion, who has to be the driver behind that is the governmental level, whether it's the municipal level with their sphere of influence, or it's the oblast level with their sphere of influence, or it's the ministerial level with their sphere of influence. So whoever that driver is, and I don't know that there's a great answer, because it can't be done by one person, because it's not possible. Just like we've all talked about, there's not enough resources that any organization up here, there's a lot of organizations up here that are billion-dollar organizations. They don't have the resources to do that, even them. So it's not one person, but it's every level taking their chunk of responsibility for that coordination. And people in Lviv shouldn't necessarily be coordinating for people in Dnipro. So it should be that level, which there is a lot of that going on. So I don't want to come across as it's not going on, because it is. But that's where the responsibility lies.
Mariana?
Yeah, thank you. Basically, I totally agree with Dave. And for these coordination issues, we need to build so-called local containers, so people who are committed, who have expertise, who have authority, who have mandate, who have contacts with the local authority or some constituencies, who have information and who have expertise. So you can't put all these parameters into one institution or even into one person. And what we need more, like coming back to the name of the panel, long-term sustainable cooperation. What we need for this? We need people, individuals. We need transparent processes, yes, and we need systems that function, and we need strong connections within the systems between the stakeholders. And coming back to your question, are Ukrainian NGOs lacking capacity or whatever they are lacking for long-term cooperation? I think here we need definitely to put our attention on individuals. Ukrainian NGOs are working 24 hours each day. They are burning out, they are getting sick, they are having mental health issues, they are having personal issues. Basically, they are also people affected by the war, affected by the blackouts, having 2 hours electricity per day, affected by the Syrians, affected by all other issues. People are affected who are the final beneficiaries. So to have a chance for recovery and long-term cooperation, we also need to be mindful that people in Ukraine will need to take responsibility for the recovery, but we also need to keep alive and to keep full of energy and passion and all that things people who are working in Ukraine, either local non-governmental organization or local governments or national governments. So that's something that can't be done externally, but organizations who are not Ukrainian-based organizations, international organizations, donors, can take care about these issues and should consider when working with their partners all these issues with localization, pushing back deadlines, reducing bureaucracy at certain level because this affects the ability of Ukrainians to continue working in a sustainable way, in a long-term way.
Thank you. Eugenia?
Just to make a small comment as well.
Closer?
During the Ukraine Recovery Conference, Ukraine and our international partners signed Lugano declarations with the Lugano principles. And one of the principles is a partnership. And let me just remind that the recovery, what means partnership under this principle, is that recovery process is led and driven by Ukraine and conducted in participation with international partners. So for us, it's really important that the recovery, but also the survival stage right now, is led by Ukraine. So Ukrainian government is the one who is setting the priorities. The priorities for the recovery right now is actually survival and keep going the energy sector. Second one is actually conducting a needs assessment. Here becomes basically assessment of local needs and cooperation with municipalities, and I think municipalities plays a huge role here in terms of identifying the key needs for their citizens, from where the government can build the priority list. But also, we just need to be engaged and plan our results with international partners. So for that, we need partnership, and for that, we need long-term cooperation. That's the key, but Ukraine should be a driving force for that, of course. And the cooperation here will build based on the trust. Thank you.
Michael, do you have a point on this?
So what you said about coordination with the municipalities is, in my experience, in this specific country, has been by far the best, right? So the municipality, just to give you an idea, this month alone, we had 70 full-size trucks go to various municipalities. So the days of being a cowboy and trying to just show up somewhere and being like, we got a truck of aid and disorganized, we don't do that anymore. So everything is coordinated from that deputy mayor or deputy governor or his office, right? He's the one that's saying, okay, in this particular building, we have 300 specific people, and we would like you to bring your truck at 10 a.m. with X supplies, and then at noon, we're gonna drive 30 minutes and we're gonna go to this other building in this area, and we're gonna dump the other half of that truck to those people, right? And everything we do is coordinated from them. They're like the guides in a way, right? So that's an incredible partner that we've had here. And Ukrainians are incredible. And there's different countries in the world where you deal more with central government, and then there's other countries where like Haiti, where you just have to operate basically, solo because they don't have the skills to be coordinating it properly. But I think here, if people go through that channel, you'll find that they're extremely knowledgeable and know their stuff, and they know what's needed. And there's different needs for Chernihiv than there are in Donetsk right now, and there's different needs in, Odessa. So.
Dave, Brock, please.
Yeah, I would just add also that one of the lessons learned that we find that's been successful is creating an MOU with all our partners. Yeah, closer to the, right. So creating an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, right? So it's great to have a photo op when you're signing something, but also what it does is it becomes clear what it is you're doing, right? You're putting it in writing. What are the expectations? What are the deliverables? It has to be transparent, and it also has to be in writing so that everyone feels comfortable with what's going on. So we insist that we create MOUs with all of our partners. And that's been very, very impactful. But I also would to mention that using social media to get out your word and telling people what it is that you're doing has also helped us with not just organizing, but also gaining more resources and more actual internal people to help us with our efforts.
Thank you. Pavel, what do you think? Who has the role and who is the agent for this function of coordination of need?
So like as everyone said on the panel, like there is no one body that's responsible. But we know, like we're seeing that in Poland, in Ukraine, that UN is always trying and it's always failing in doing those clusters. But maybe how we can challenge that as well. And I think for me, yes, we should reinvent the wheel when possible and see if there are other actors that could do it better. But it's again how we bring those local organizations to the table so they can participate in those decision making. Also acknowledging that they're impacted by this crisis and sort of and under-resourced and going through all those hurdles. So just being understanding of that, but how we can equip them, how we can make them, how we make it possible for them to participate in those decision making, acknowledging the impact the crisis has on them as an organization, as individuals, as humans. But we cannot exclude them, and everything we design, we have to design with that in mind, that it needs to involve all actors on the ground at different levels. But yes, we have great examples of municipalities doing a great job, and that's across the region, and that's unusual in comparison to other responses, how we learn from that. But for me, it's also like how we use that crisis and all the learning for the sector as well, and for the humanitarian sector and system, so we don't repeat the same mistakes. So how we actually make sure that the learning, to have great opportunity, because we see things being done well, we can do them better. But how we make sure that we learn again this time around from that huge opportunity that we have in Ukraine response, seeing great things are happening, improving things that are not happening, but make sure that we replicate it in other crises, because as we said before, the other things that are happening around the world, in East Africa, just to mention, because that's also impacted by what's happening in Ukraine in great level. So let's not forget about that. And making sure that the learning happens, and yeah, I agree with everything that has been said.
Thank you so much. We have 40 minutes left, 14. And do we have any questions from the audience? Can you raise your hands? Yes, thank you for the question, please. Anybody else? Don't be shy.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Aśka Warchał-Benecki. I'm the newly appointed NGO Forum Coordinator in Poland. So I believe, Paweł, we're going to be working together soon. And also, thank you for raising the Ukrainian letter of Ukrainian NGOs to the international community. As you know, in Poland, also a similar letter was published. And we know that international local collaboration, even if they are not, INGOs are not homogeneous, local NGOs are not homogeneous neither. But it's true that there are tensions on this line, right? And I was wondering, like even in the beginning of November, I came to Geneva, and one of the INGOs operating in the non-government controlled areas told me that because of these tensions, they are afraid of the security of their staff on the ground. That there is a big misinformation with some INGOs, like what is their mandate, what is the funding they have, and what is the distribution of this funding that I think we can all agree is problematic, no? So when those tensions occur, I was wondering, like, what is your response in your organizations? And I really like, Mariana, your point that ultimately we have ideas. Like, I'm a strong believer in partnerships and collaboration. I think it does save lives and it creates the space for incredible synergies to happen. But ultimately, like, it comes to individuals, like how those ideas and how those strategies are executed on the ground. So I was wondering, with your INGO staff, how do you work with sometimes maybe, or maybe it doesn't occur, but if frustration occurs with your staff, working with local organizations, maybe you take the blame for, you know, the misconduct of some other American NGO. Like, how do you deal with your staff to resolve those problems and kind of de-escalate the situation? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Anyone? Michael? Dave? Please?
You know, my colleague in the corner right here is our Hope Worldwide's country director for Ukraine, Vladimir Yermakov, who's sitting right over there.
The one who is looking in the phone.
What's that?
The one looking in the phone.
He's on the phone. He's not paying attention to me. That's okay.
Yeah. Hi.
But that tension that sometimes arises is not necessarily between us as the global headquarters person, but it's, I work through him. My team works through him, his country. And I think the international actors have to come in with a humility that says, I don't have the answers, all of the answers. I have this resource, this program, this leverage I can bring if you want it. We have a philosophy that we don't go where we're not invited, and if we're there for a minute and we'll back off, that's okay. But one of the things working through and having a structure with a host country component. We have, you know, Vladimir and his staff, they do certain things and they've done them for years. We are supporting them, not the other way around. The local NGO is not supporting the international actor. It's the international actor that's supporting the local component. And communication, and somebody mentioned MOUs. I think it was Brock that mentioned MOUs. Having it in writing to start with. Create our expectations before we start the operation. And, you know, we talk, especially at the beginning, every week. It's at 11 o'clock at night, Arizona time, where I live. It's 9 in the morning for them. But every week we talk and try to avoid those problems. But when they arise, if we have an MOU already established, what's going to happen, and what the guardrails are, and if we don't have those guardrails, that becomes a real problem, because if we as the international side go off of that guardrail, we crash. Same with the local. If they go out of that guardrail, there's funding damage, there's all kinds of things. Reputational damage is critical. Trust is probably the most important thing we can have with organizations, each other. And trust is built by time and talking. It's not built, oh, I automatically trust you. You know, we work with a group in Mykolaiv that we had no idea who they were. Whenever we were connected with the group, but they needed food. We had operations to do that, so let's figure it out. But we were a little bit slow in terms of a lot of, because we had more funding to apply to that. We were like, let's do a little bit, prove trust with each other, and now we're ready to send another load next week because we have that trust. And so that creates that, so that builds that. But MOU is the most critical thing, but that communication and from the international side, understanding that we are the guests. And frankly, and Irina wants this to be real. Reality is all the international actors are going to leave at some point. They may have long-term programs, but he's not leaving. Hope Worldwide Ukraine and his team, they're there. They're going to be there. They've been there for 25 years. And so we keep that in mind, and then we're going to be okay if we keep those things in mind.
Please, Brock.
Go ahead. Just to add some more complexity to this, and I think that we're sort of seeing that happening. For a lot of staff that we work, like myself, and I was born in Poland, having worked in 15 years, for the last 15, 18 years, I work for international organizations. Am I international, am I national or local? Who I represent? And there's a lot of people in that position as well, because I think we can use them as conveners as well, but they do work for international organizations, and I think that's really sometimes frustrating for them, for that staff. There has to be in between, because they understand both realities. And we may have to make sure we take care of that stuff as well, because they're in between. But it has to be understood that they're not perhaps 100% representing local organizations just because they live somewhere or speak the language. They understand the context, yes. They help us, yes. But they still are representing the agenda of international institutions like myself. And so, yeah, just to recognize that it's a complex issue and have a particular sympathy for that stuff.
Thank you.
So, look, I just want to step back for a second, too, on the coordination aspect of it and some of what we don't. You asked the question earlier, what are we missing? But, the fact of the matter is, in the course of our time here, we have not had a bad experience. And we have been incredibly impressed with the focus and the resolve of the people of Ukraine. But what's really impressive is the united aspect that Ukraine has brought to the table. There isn't anyone that is singly focused, and that is so critical to your success. Ukraine has to stay focused. They have to stay united. They have to be pointed in a single direction, and that has really been a huge benefit for us, and that will also benefit our relationships moving forward. So I just want to point out that we've had great relationships with the people that we've worked with. Yes, there has been some confusion, but I think that's just lessons learned and a learning curve. But the most important aspect of it and the success that Ukraine has seen so far, as I think, is it come together as a united nation.
Thank you so much. We have 6 minutes left. Do we have any other questions from the audience?
I would really love to hear from Mariana. Can I ask that?
Yeah, thank you. It was a great question, and I would say that a lot of tensions happen, and Dave also amplified this. It's about the expectations, but also it's about trust, and trust requires a lot of time, a lot of dialogues. And having this balance between dialogue and structure, that's something that can help. International organizations are very structured. They operate according to standards because they have to avoid risks. But finding this balance between the structure, standards, procedures, and dialogue, listening to what is happening on the ground, and putting a little bit of flexibility is something that is really needed to work for some time in Ukraine and have significant impact for the communities.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, thank you. Until the microphone is coming, we have 5 minutes left, so it's going to be the last question. If there's any other question, please raise your hand so I know that there's a question, because after that we have 2 minutes, quick finish speech, and we are done. So please, the question.
Okay, already 4 minutes. So, I will ask you if you all prepared to help Ukraine to get into European Union, because the contribution once in European Union is extremely valuable. They have experienced that probably nobody in Europe has as well. Thank you.
Does anyone want to answer? Yes, you can, please.
Our organization is right now working on a couple of projects focused on youth and building partnerships between young people in Ukraine, Moldova, because we are on a same path to European Union, and young people from the European Union. Thank you for that question, and also amplifying that also European Union can learn from Ukraine. And our main idea for our project with young people is not only to motivate Ukrainians and Moldovians, young Ukrainian and Moldovians, to push the countries towards European Union, but also to think what we can contribute and how we can be an important, valuable part of the European Union. a lot of people say, yeah, we can learn something from Ukraine, but also I believe that there is a lot of space for internal reflections, what we can offer and how we can significantly impact for the better the European Union.
Great answer, thank you. Evgenia?
Also commenting, thank you for your question. And actually, European integration and becoming a member of the EU is the strategic goal for Ukraine. Written in the constitution as well, and also written in the recovery plan. So everyone in every sector is actually considering reforming and producing structural reforms to become a member of the EU. And Ukraine actually understands that's a price to pay. That is right now our hero is doing. But also is that membership of the EU is not coming for just because for free or because we are right now in a wartime. Just to let you know that it's 73% of obligations under the association agreement was conducted and fulfilled by Ukrainian government. It means that it's not for granted. We're not considering the status for granted. We've done already a work for the last 8 years. And the work is going to be done, and it's actually right now the dialogue is already here within the government on structural reforms and cooperation with OECD as well, helping to improve our legislation. So it's a matter of modernization. It's a matter of, basically strategic priorities for Ukraine in all sectors. So we do know that it's a price and it's mutual obligations between EU and Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Was your question answered? Was the question answered?
Yeah, I have one last quick point.
Yes, please.
Well, so, in terms of what we're doing to help integration into EU is to support organizations here in Ukraine that have reaches beyond Ukraine. One of our most important partnerships is the European Democracy Youth Network, right? Which is an organization that's headquartered in Bratislava, but has 23 countries throughout Central Europe and Eastern Europe that bring young leaders together between 18 and 32 to talk about building common ground. And that's just not here in Ukraine, but that's all over Europe: Moldova, Georgia, Slovakia, Slovenia, 23 countries. The point of the matter is that we can support organizations that have a reach beyond Ukraine that can actually bring in that international contact that will help build leadership and common ground for the future. And that will help pave a faster road to the EU.
If I may say one sentence.
Please do.
Once Ukraine in the European Union, it is great, immense value for the Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To finish our panel, I would like to start with thanking all the audience for the involvement, thanking panelists for being such great speakers. You are representing different organizations, different beliefs, and different approaches. You being different, respecting each other on stage, being bold and being straightforward is the example of how we can always find a compromise, even if we are different with a different background, but we have the same mission. Please be so kind to use the time left and maybe 3 more minutes to finish up with the place of, you always been asked, like, what would you wish yourself when you were 18? What would you tell yourself? So, what would you tell Ukraine in the future? What would Ukraine look like? What would we have to do? The wish for the future. Us being here. Thank you. Anyone?
Pavel's looking at me to start, he's looking, and I'm looking at him to start.
Yes, so, Michael. Michael, please do.
Well, like President Zelensky said, the day this war started, Ukraine and its soul and spirit was reborn, right? So everyone I speak to, every single Ukrainian I speak to, is actually more on fire. Their souls are stronger. They have more will. They have more like drive than they did before the war. And we've worked in 43 countries so far in our existence, and some really good ones. but I have never seen a will like in Ukraine. And the way this country has come together, the way it's bound together, the way that everyone is working together, I mean, it's unbelievable. And, you know, when we build these schools in Bucha and in Odessa and Chernihiv, and, you know, I see the workers and they're tired, and you know, I'm like, you know, how did you guys build this in 2 months? They don't care about anything but building it to get their own people and their own children back in that school. They're not doing it for money. They're not doing it for a contract. They're doing it because they care. And it seems like the whole country's really come together to like do this, right? Some are out on the front lines fighting it, and some are fighting it, you know, in the offices, and some are fighting it from the humanitarian sector, and some are repairing it already with lots of construction projects that have already, you know, commenced and are moving. And, you know, you drive around like outside of Kyiv, like there's cranes and everything is like, it's pretty incredible to think that 9 months in, right? So I'm very impressed with the Ukrainian people, and I have 100% hope. I always tell people, do you think they're going to win the war? I'm like, it's not even a think. It's a fact. It's just a question of time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dave?
Well, first off, thank you. We know that we're the last thing before you get to go somewhere to a restaurant or do that. So afternoons are always challenging. But, you know, like Michael said, as a disaster person, Ukraine was not on my personal radar because you don't have tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes. But when this started, you know, we had this thing, and working through Hope Worldwide Ukraine and their partners throughout, and even since the Donetsk conflict, things are continuing to improve. It will get better. It's getting better in various pockets. And in 5 years, she asked about what we thought when I was 18. I don't remember when I was 18 because that was a very long time ago. But when we think about how we can in the future do that, the power of everybody together, including, you know, Hope's a faith-based charity. Our roots are in the faith tradition. So having those communications with the churches, with the partners, with everything else, keeping in mind that everyone coming to the table, Ukraine will continue to be the amazing place it is. And on the international stage, your human capital is so needed. And I just want to say thank you for being here. So.
Thank you so much. Marianne, please. Are we clapping?
Yeah, I think that's hard to add something, but I'm very attached to the name of this panel, The Power of Partnerships. And partnerships, they made what seemed unbelievable at the end of February, even in March. And yeah, even in terms of EU integration and the candidacy status at the beginning of June. So the words for Ukraine in the future: believe in the power of partnerships, keep invest in that, they will pay off these investments, the time and efforts we put into partnerships is very important in the long run.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you again for this panel today. This has been wonderful, and just to be here. But listen, just keep doing what you're doing in Ukraine. The future is limitless as far as I can see. It's a bright light. It's a hope. There's democracy that's winning. And you can be the beacon for not just Ukraine, but for the whole world. We live in a very polarized world right now outside of Ukraine. But Ukraine can show us the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Evgenia.
I have
just put the microphone like this.
Maybe, but to Ukraine, I would say, Ukraine, you haven't messed up this time. So we're actually doing a great job right now on all levels, I think, and we need to keep going because we need to survive at first, to win, and to recover. And we need to recover with our partners in the partnership on our strategic goals and priorities, and our partners as well an obligation for us how, which country we want to build. We want to build a transparent, open, good country with the rule of law and democracy. that's what we're doing right now.
Thank you so much. Pavel.
There's nothing to add really, but just keep doing what you're doing. Let's not waste this opportunity, because I said before, what happened in Ukraine, how we manage that response, how we recover, it will have huge impact on how we prevent crisis in the future, how we respond to crisis. So let's not waste this opportunity. We have huge opportunity here. We're doing great things, so let's continue and let's learn from that.
Thank you so much. And having a last and short word for every Ukrainian NGO that is hearing me out. I'm a very straightforward person, so I'm just going to say the partnerships would never be able to be constructed or built without the knowledge of English, the language, and the education. Educate yourself and learn the language. There will never be better time than this. We just have to do it, and we're doing great. Thank you so much for the panel. Thank you so much for the conference. We're officially done.
No, we're not. Hi, I'm Andriy Suslenko. I'm gonna tell you one thing in the end. So first, this is great panel to finish, but this is not the end. We have a gift for you, and the gift is waiting for you in the auditorium back there right now. Everybody, please move to the auditorium. All of you, with the speakers, everybody, guests, distinguished guests, less distinguished guests, Ukrainians, Poles, Americans, other Europeans, everybody go to auditorium right now, please. There's something that we prepared for you, a gift that we want to leave you with, so you will have a wonderful experience in the end. Усі, хто зараз тут, ми завершуємо офіційну частину, але ми переходимо до аудиторії тут, аби ви змогли отримати подарунок, який ми для вас приготували. Прошу усіх в аудиторію. Просто зараз. Просто зараз. Я там не почну, поки ви не зайдете. I'm not gonna start over there before you come. Please, join the auditorium right away. Everybody to auditorium, please. Auditorium, please.